Chapter 251. Early in the morning, the sun had just risen. Mount Sanqing was enshrouded in white mist and illuminated by the morning glow. It was bright red and dazzling like a fairyland. The expert from the three-eyed race walked out from a Taoist temple. He took a deep breath and said, "What a good place," as expected of a Taoist heavenly paradise. On the mountain, there were numerous ancient pine trees. They were glistening and glistening as if they were dragons in hibernation. Waterfalls fell from the cliffs like silver dragons. At the foot of the mountain, there was a deep green pond, as if a true dragon was hiding within. The morning glow sprinkled down on the mountain peak, illuminating the entire Taoist temple with a divine golden luster. "Since you like it, I'll give this place to you," He Tong said with a smile. He was currently in human form. Ever since he arrived at Mount Sanqing, he had occupied the Jade Void Peak, killed the two king-level entities on the main peak, and devoured them. "Our target is Mount Longhu. This place can be used as a temporary resting place." The three-eyed man laughed. His figure was tall, and his purple hair danced in the wind. His handsome face was full of confidence as he bid farewell to He Tong. "Although you've recovered from your injuries, you still need to be cautious. After all, occupying a heavenly paradise will attract jealousy. Whoever dares come, I'll kill them until ghosts weep and gods howl." He Tong said proudly. He pointed at the mountain under the golden glow and said, "Wait until I can lay down the dragon-locking pillars at will. I don't care if it's the Hollow Jade Temple Master or the Wudong Grandmaster. I'll kill them all if they come." The three-eyed man shook his head. "The dragon-locking pillars are inanimate objects. What do you do if they don't step inside? Moreover, the land isn't the sea. We'll have to study the direction of the earth veins if we want to lay down the pillars. No matter, the four marine generals are still figuring things out. There's not much difference between land and the sea." He Tong replied. The three-eyed man smiled. The vertical eye between his brows glowed as he said, "He Tong, you're too prideful. Tell us immediately if something happens or you suffer a loss. Don't hide away to lick your wounds again." The three-eyed marine race expert descended the mountain and left. After the upheavals, folded spaces appeared in many regions. Desolate mountains stood in great numbers, increasing the distance between regions by more than 10 times. Hongdu was now more than 3,000 kilometers away from Sanqing Mountain. It was much further than before, but for the current Chufeng, it was nothing. His current speed limit was 5.5 times the speed of sound. Now that he had broken the shackles in his heart, his body was full of vigor and vitality, and his physical strength had increased tremendously. Even if he were to travel at 5 times the speed of sound, he would still be able to last for more than half an hour. This also meant that he would be able to reach Mount Sanqing within half an hour, traversing more than 3,000 kilometers. This was definitely shocking. It was much faster than taking a plane. A human with a body of flesh and blood could travel more than 3,000 kilometers in half an hour just by running on the ground. This was truly terrifying. The Earth Immortals, mentioned by the ancient people, were nothing more than this. Roaming the East Sea in the morning and staying at Kunlun in the evening. This was what the ancient powerhouses did. In Chufeng's opinion, it was completely possible. When his speed increased a little, he would be able to do it just by running on land. "Chufeng, be careful." Yellow Cattle contacted him urgently. He told him that the Manchurian tiger had found out that the marine race had revealed that He Tong had obtained a great weapon from the Southern Sea race and was now extremely terrifying. This news spread in a small area early in the morning. The marine race was very powerful and said that the top experts of the human race would be killed if they didn't know what was good for them. What's the situation? The marine race is so confident that they can suppress the human race's peerless experts. "Oh, I heard there are many ruins at the bottom of the sea and even the remains of a true dragon's lair. If the marine race experts excavate those legendary weapons, they might be able to suppress experts with 6 severed shackles." Perhaps it's true. Even flying saucers have been excavated from the bottom of the sea. This news caused a huge commotion. All parties were in urgent discussions to come up with countermeasures. The marine race revealed a bit of information and caused the experts on land to be apprehensive. This would make it much easier for the marine race to carry out their plans. Chu Feng had no fear as he killed his way toward Mount Sanqing. It wasn't as if he didn't have magical weapons on him. That violet lightning hammer was quite good, and he also had a great weapon like the diamond chakram. Now that he was injecting energy into the diamond chakram, its power would definitely increase explosively if he were to use it. The sun was shining brightly in the early morning. The golden glow scattered down, dispersing the mist in the mountain forest and illuminating one's body with a comfortable warmth. Chu Feng had arrived in less than half an hour. He was already close to Mount Sanqing. This kind of speed was enough to scare people to death if news of it got out. To be precise, he was still several kilometers away from Mount Sanqing. Chu Feng slowed down his pace and walked through the mountain forest. He breathed in the fresh air, bathed in the morning glow, and circulated his breathing technique. His body was boiling hot after such a long run. This kind of rest was necessary, so he relaxed his entire body. It was also under such a state that his divine instinct was exceptionally sharp. It could sense the entire mountain forest and extend into the distance. He could sense the fluctuations of the king-level experts 5 kilometers away. There were experts in this area. Chu Feng strode forward and adjusted his body while circulating his breathing technique. He was also searching for them. Standing on a mountain peak, he saw 4 figures within the mountain range. There were 4 people circling the mountain forest, measuring and testing something. The marine race? Chu Feng's eyes lit up. The 4 people were wearing very unique accessories. There were seashells and corals, and there was a fishy smell to them. Chu Feng's sense of smell was too sharp, so he could smell it from far away. He knew that He Teng was recuperating at Mount Sanqing. Now that he had discovered the marine race, it was obvious that they were on the same side as the Black Flood Serpent. The 4 were tall and sturdy, with wide mouths and sharp teeth. One look, and one could tell that they were fierce characters not to be trifled with. These 4 should be from the same race. What is their true form? Chu Feng hadn't had breakfast yet after such a long journey. He was thinking that he might as well have some seafood. After that, he saw the 4 of them, each holding a brass pillar. They were all as tall as a person and had many patterns carved on them. They looked quite mysterious. The 4 of them stepped into 4 different directions and circled the mountain in the middle. What are they doing? Chu Feng was puzzled. Oh, it's fine for now. What a pity that Chu Feng might be dead. If he really dares come, I'll definitely kill him and avenge the Black Dragon Crown Prince. The Black Dragon Crown Prince is truly sullen. He encountered such a human when he was injured and both sides suffered. If he was healthy, a human with 4 severed shackles would have long since been slapped to death by the Black Dragon Crown Prince. Those people were discussing the injustice of He Teng. Chu Feng stared at the mountainous region. Were those 4 pillars the ultimate killing weapons against human experts? He observed for a long time, but couldn't find anything special. He was sure that there would be no problem as long as he didn't step into that region. Chu Feng didn't tarry any longer. He walked forward through the forest and approached the 4 marine race experts. He sensed them carefully and was surprised to find that all 4 were experts with 5 severed shackles. They were a terrifying force capable of crushing an entire region. In truth, they were the 4 marine generals under the Black Dragon Crown Prince's second brother. The 4 were discussing Chu Feng. They believed that he was most likely dead since he hadn't come out for such a long time. What a pity. How I wish he was still alive. One of them sighed. Chu Feng was surprised and revealed a smile. Could it be that these marine race experts admired him so much? However, his expression soon turned dark. Yes, the heavens must protect him. If he appears alive, I'll slap him to death. These people hoped that he wouldn't die and that they would finish him off. They wanted to explode him in a tyrannical manner in front of all the beast kings to intimidate the human race. God damn it! Chu Feng cursed. He walked out of the forest like a specter, welcoming the rosy dawn and the last wisps of mist. Ah, there's another person? One of them revealed an astonished expression. Why do you look so familiar? Another person pointed at Chu Feng and said, "You're Chu Feng. You're still alive." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The four began to move, but didn't rush over. Although they had spoken tyrannically about slapping Chu Feng to death, they were surprised to find that the main character had arrived and fled. Chu Feng could see that the four of them were avoiding the area where the bronze pillars were buried. They didn't go in because they wanted to lure him in. Although he was powerful and fearless, he didn't want to take risks. He didn't enter the mountain area rashly and instead took a circuitous route to chase after the four. The four Marine generals' expressions changed. They realized that Chu Feng might have discovered their bronze pillars. "Let's fight it out with him and slaughter this demon King Chu," one of them shouted. The other three nodded and charged forward. "You guys dare fight me?" Chu Feng revealed an indifferent smile. Although they were all experts with 5 severed shackles, how could they compare to him? "Who do you think you are?" To the Marine race, all life forms on the continent can be crushed by the so-called peerless experts. Boom! The four arrived and attacked at the same time. Chu Feng wanted to test his strength. He utilized the tiger form of the Xingyi 12 true forms. He was like a peerless divine tiger, erupting with fierce killing intent and surging towards the sky. He leapt up and pounced toward one of them. He was like a primordial tiger coming into being, possessing an unrivaled momentum. With a bang, his tiger-shaped fist collided with one of them. Puffed. In the blink of an eye, this person's arm exploded and turned into a mist of blood. He let out a miserable scream, following which Chu Feng utilized the bear form. His forte was strength as he slapped out with his palm, causing a burst of earthy yellow light to erupt. With a loud boom, the one-armed man was blasted into pieces. How is this possible? The other 3 Marine race experts were shocked. Chu Feng's performance was like a peerless expert with 6 severed shackles. But they had received news that Chu Feng was only at 4 severed shackles. From what they could see, even if the Black Dragon Crown Prince wasn't injured, he still wouldn't be this person's match. Their previous information was wrong. Run! The remaining 3 Marine warriors couldn't muster up the will to fight. Their scalps went numb as they turned to flee. "Do you think you can escape?" Chu Feng chased after them with a faint smile. Who could escape at 5.5 times the speed of sound? On one of the main peaks of Mount Sanqing, Heitong had been basking in the sun after sending off the 3-eyed man. The flood serpent liked to bask in the warm sunlight. At this moment, he was feeling extremely comfortable. Heitong revealed his true form. He was hundreds of meters long and was lying horizontally on a mountain peak. Half of his body was hanging down the cliff. His entire body was jet black and emitted a black glow after being illuminated by the morning sun. His scales were eerie as though they were forged from black gold. This scene was somewhat terrifying. Such a large flood serpent was lying horizontally on the mountain. If an ordinary person were to see it, they would definitely be scared to death. Heitong didn't know that an enemy was approaching, but he was fearless even if he knew that an expert had arrived. As a Marine race expert with 6 severed shackles, he didn't fear any life form on the continent. Now that he had recovered from his injuries, he was even more arrogant and didn't put these people in his eyes. Something's not right. Heitong was very powerful. Although he was dozens of kilometers away, he could still hear the roar and feel the aura of a powerful king surging through the forest. Boom! Heitong leapt up from Mount Sanqing like a black heavenly dragon. He tore through the sky and pounced towards the location of the incident. At his level, it was simply like he was soaring through the clouds, leaping from one mountain ridge to another with an extremely swift speed that was 4 times the speed of sound. Although he couldn't compare to Chu Feng, this speed was still extremely terrifying. Very soon, he had arrived several kilometers away and was close to the location of the incident. In just a split second, all the scales on Heitong's body opened up like a human's hair standing on end. He was both shocked and furious. He saw 4 Marine generals killed and their blood splattered across the forest. He had transformed into his true form, a giant shark. What infuriated him the most was that he saw another person. It was actually Chu Feng. He had appeared alive and was the executioner of the day. He had killed 4 Marine generals. Chu Feng. He Tung was enraged. His jet-black body, several hundred meters long, coiled into a serpent mountain that looked down on Chu Feng with incomparable coldness and surging killing intent. In the distance, Chu Feng was roasting shark meat. He was frowning as he did so because the fishy smell was too strong. "You're truly daring." Hating was thoroughly enraged. Chu Feng had actually roasted 4 of his second brother's Marine generals in front of him. "Scram, don't disturb my breakfast." Chu Feng didn't even get up, nor was he in a hurry to kill Hatung. He was still roasting the shark meat. "You're courting death." Hatung was furious. He had been suppressing his resentment all this time because his body had almost been cut into 2. It wasn't that he was no match, but that there was something wrong with his body. Now that he had recovered from his injuries, he wanted nothing more than to find Chu Feng and slowly dismember him. However, Chu Feng's following actions left He Tung in a daze. He was in no rush to attack. Cough. Chu Feng was coughing with tears on the verge of flowing out. He Tung was bewildered and puzzled. What had happened? Chu Feng took a bite of the roasted shark meat and immediately spat it out. Moreover, he was continuously retching and coughing. That taste was too. He was nauseated by the sour, bitter, and pungent smell of urine. Damn you. He couldn't help but want to beat someone up. He had eaten so many king-level entities, but none of them were like this. It was so disgusting that he wanted to curse. Chu Feng couldn't take it anymore. He threw the shark meat into the fire and took out his communicator to check why it was so disgusting. After a quick check, his face turned green and he was flustered and exasperated. He was truly regretting eating shark meat. Sharks excreted urine from the surface of their bodies, so the carbamide content in their meat was extremely high. Blurg! Chu Feng vomited and his face turned green. At this moment, he felt as if he had eaten a dead child. He was retching and tears were flowing out of his eyes. "Damn it, I'm so angry," Chu Feng shouted. As a glutton who had eaten so many king-level entities, this was the first time he had encountered such a thing. "Damn you, Hatung. Did you find 4 sharks to harm me?" Chu Feng shouted. He was going all out. Hatung was baffled. He was still angry and full of resentment, but this brat had killed 4 of his helpers and was still acting like a victim. This was intolerable. Hatung was furious and pounced forward. "Surname Chu, go to hell." Chapter 252. Amidst the rosy clouds, the sun blossomed with golden splendor and illuminated the mountain forest. The mist was dispersed, and the forest was illuminated with a brilliant golden luster. "Ayo!" Hatung roared. It was several hundred meters long and looked like a heavenly dragon from Legends. Its entire body seemed to be cast from black gold, and its scales were as large as palm leaf fans. They were emitting black light, and its physique was robust and powerful. It opened its bloody mouth wide enough to swallow an elephant and revealed sharp, snow-white sword-like teeth as it swooped down with a cold glint. The void rumbled. Its speed was just too fast. When that enormous pitch-black head swooped down, the air currents exploded as if heavenly lightning was descending. An explosive honk sounded. The mountains trembled and the trees swayed crazily. Countless leaves rustled down and filled the sky. Chu Feng's expression did not change in the face of this prehistoric giant flood serpent. He was completely fearless and faced the attack head-on with a shingy fist. His body was currently emitting a blinding light. His hands, in particular, were like the humming of immortal swords. His hands were almost transparent and emitting a terrifying aura capable of piercing through stone. There was a baleful aura and exceptional sharpness to his hands. Chu Feng was using the eagle form of the 12 true forms. Bang! His body was too small compared to the black flood serpent, but the energy fluctuations he emitted were not the slightest bit weaker. When the two collided, he actually blasted away the house-sized head of the black flood serpent. "Damned worm, you actually dared to scheme against me. You knew I liked delicacies, so you purposely gave me stinky sharks to eat, didn't you?" Chu Feng shouted as he attacked. Even his eyes were standing up and shooting out lightning. Heitung was truly furious after hearing this and wanted to curse out loud. You were the one who was greedy, and now you're blaming me? His mood was extremely terrible. 4 Marine race generals had died, yet this brat was furious and full of resentment. He couldn't stand the injustice. What kind of reasoning was this? Heitung wanted to bite him to death and make him shut up. He was truly going crazy. Extremely daring thing. Who do you think you were to make me your enemy again and again? Heitung let out a low roar. His enormous body moved like a true vicious dragon as he prepared to launch a fatal attack. Last time, I was injured on Mount Longhu. When I want to kill you, I didn't even have 10% of my strength left. Today, I'll torture you to death. Heitung went berserk. The new and old grudges caused its vicious aura to surge. Its words were fierce, and its entire body flickered with dark golden light. There was a loud bang. The void seemed to explode. Heitung raised its head and looked down at Chu Feng. The back half of its body swung like an ancient war god lashing out with a 100-meter-long black whip. With a whoosh sound, that thick tail that was even thicker than a train swept through the mountain forest. It flickered with a cold metallic luster, and all of the towering ancient trees along the way exploded into pieces. The rocks were also blasted apart. Chu Feng leaped up and soared several dozen meters into the air, dodging the attack. Then, he dove down again, his pores emitting a pale, golden energy. He was like an eagle spreading its wings. His hands erupted with divine light that was even more dazzling than the sun, and his baleful aura grew increasingly intense. It seemed as if it would tear everything apart as he aimed at the black flood serpent's enormous body. The eagle form of the Xingyi 12 true forms had been pushed to the extreme by Chu Feng. It was specifically used to deal with the flood serpent, and the innate power of the race's nemesis pervaded the air. Heitung was extremely powerful. It didn't evade and instead moved its enormous body to form a black steel wall to resist Chu Feng's Xingyi killer move. Dong! The two collided, erupting with astonishing radiance. The pale golden divine radiance and the black light exploded at the same time. It was as if 2 suns of different colors had collided, and a terrifying energy erupted. In just a split second, all the birds and beasts within several hundred kilometers felt the suppression of this supreme aura. All of them prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling with fear. Boom! The entire mountainous region was blasted apart by the terrifying energy produced by the collision of the 2 great experts. Earth and rocks tumbled about, and giant trees snapped in large numbers. The mountainous region was first torn apart, and then, like an ocean, it rose and fell, carrying the earth, rocks, and trees to form huge waves that surged dozens of meters into the air. This was the terror of the current peak king-level entities. Their destructive power was astonishing, and if they were to cause trouble in human settlements, they could easily destroy cities with millions of people. In the air, Chu Feng seemed to be able to fly. Faint golden light shot out from his pores as he battled through the air. Every time he clashed with a black serpent, he would borrow the momentum to fly upwards and never land. He looked more and more like an eagle. He spread his arms and soared above the forest, exuding a sharp, killing intent as he fought the black flood serpent. Divine eagle versus flood serpent. The 2 races were natural enemies. Chu Feng relied on the Xingyi eagle form to fight against Heitung. The 2 clashed repeatedly, producing deafening sounds like metal clashing against metal. Sparks flew off from the black scales of the flood serpent. Black tongue, not bad. I didn't expect you to have such an ability to block my eagle form and not die, Chu Feng said. His hands continuously struck the body of the black flood serpent, sending sparks flying in all directions. Traces of blood seeped out from between the black scales. Heitung was shocked and furious. He thought he could easily kill Chu Feng after recovering from his injuries. That was because the 2 of them weren't even on the same level. Who would have thought that when they met again, this human strength had increased by a large margin? He was no different from an expert with 6 severed shackles. Moreover, he was ridiculing Heitung. I'll definitely kill you today. Heitung's eyes were cold. His gigantic body danced about, shaking the heaven and earth. The entire mountain range trembled in response. Every time his black body came into contact with the rocks and vegetation, those substances would explode. He was like a primordial flood serpent awakening, breaking free from its seal and emerging into the world. You dare contend against me? I'll tear you to pieces. Heitung was indignant. He felt that everything was unreal. Not long ago, he had looked down on this human and felt that he was far inferior to him. Now that he could display his true strength, the two were not even on the same level. That was why he was extremely resentful and couldn't accept the fact that Chu Feng could truly fight him. Boom! Black light erupted from Heitung's body and rushed into the sky. It was as if boundless black flames were burning the firmament and engulfing the heaven and earth. He released his most powerful energy to strangle Chu Feng. Thump, thump, thump. The giant flood serpent's body attacked ferociously, almost wrapping around Chu Feng several times. The tremors caused the void to rumble and explode. This kind of supersonic attack was extremely astonishing. Chu Feng took to the air and evaded with extreme speed. He borrowed the force of the serpent's attack to soar into the air, but he was still almost swept up by the serpent's body several times. Such a large serpent possessed incomparable killing power. Damned worm, what do you have to be so arrogant about? Last time, I cut off half of your body. This time, don't even think about escaping. I will definitely stew you to make up for the loss of accidentally eating shark meat, Chu Feng shouted. The next moment, his entire body was gushing with resplendent golden light. Even his hair had become sparkling and translucent, as if they were cast from gold. His entire body was suffused with a frightening energy. Eagle soars the sky. At this time, he had transformed into a falcon and was circling high in the sky. Clang, clang, clang. The divine falcon pounced on the black flood serpent, causing sparks to fly in all directions. This was the Xingyi eagle form's most powerful attack. It contained the most bitter aura and seemed capable of striking down the stars in the sky. At this moment, the black serpent's body was shaking violently. Many of its golden scales had actually shattered and exploded, causing the blood of the flood serpent to splatter in all directions. In addition, some of its scales had been directly torn off by Chu Feng. At this time, he was in the air and attacking continuously. It was as if he had transformed into a humanoid primordial bird and was fighting against a heavenly dragon. He was incomparably ferocious. The black serpent shot out like a bolt of lightning and directly crossed a distance of 2,000 meters, breaking away from Chu Feng. It landed on a mountain peak and looked down at the figure in the dilapidated mountainous region. It was both startled and furious. It had actually been injured in its peak state, and its scales had been torn off by that human. This made it feel somewhat unreal. Where do you think you're going? Chu Feng pursued and used his divine feet to coordinate with the Xingyi eagle form. Dazzling beams of light shot out from the soles of his feet, making it seem as if he could really fly. He closed in on the black flood serpent with extreme speed. He crossed the mountain ridge and pounced towards it. Courting death, Heitung raised its head and hissed with its 10-meter-long forked tongue. Its body erupted with blinding light as it crushed Chu Feng. Then it began to sway about continuously, wrapping Chu Feng within. Boom! The final result was that Chu Feng had evaded and the mountain peak had been torn apart by the black serpent's body. This scene was somewhat terrifying and made one's hair stand on end. This was the black serpent's strength. It had gone berserk and continuously swam about, fighting Chu Feng among the mountains. In the process, it had torn apart 3 or 4 mountain peaks. Thump! Moreover, when the black serpent's body lashed out, it could even break a mountain. This was a world-shocking battle, and this kind of scene would shock the world. The black serpent flew into a rage out of humiliation. It had wanted to crush Chu Feng with its supreme physical strength, but had been wounded and drenched in blood instead. Go to hell. With a swoosh, The horn on its head glowed and slashed out one sharp jet-black sword radiance after another. Moreover, balls of small black suns rose from its body and transformed into flood dragons in the air. They flew towards Chu Feng with terrifying auras. The black serpent had gone mad and was displaying its special abilities in an attempt to kill Chu Feng. Chu Feng's eyes were cold. A violet golden hammer appeared in his left hand with a clang. Bolts of lightning erupted under the activation of the lightning rune in his palm. The lightning interweaved in the air and blocked the beams of light from the black serpent's horn, as well as the flood dragons formed by the black suns on its body. Thump, thump, thump. In the air, there was a huge explosion. The lightning blocked the sword aura and the energy flood dragon, stopping them completely. Chu Feng used the eagle form to swoop down and suppress the black flood serpent. His hands glowed with resplendent light as they tore through the void. He had deliberately refined the Xingyi true forms, so he had constantly used them. He had completely grasped the eagle form and had reached a high level of proficiency. The black serpent evaded, but a large chunk of flesh was still torn off and blood splattered everywhere. You only know this move? If that's the case, you could die now. The black serpent was enraged, and its evil aura soared. With a rumble, its body rapidly shrank into a human form. The pride of its race made it extremely conceited and wanted to crush Chu Feng with its body alone. But now, it seemed that it had suffered a great loss due to its large body. At the same time, it had always been apprehensive of Chu Feng's diamond chakram. It had been staring at the latter's hands and diverting its attention. Now that its body had shrunk, it was completely fearless. Chu Feng laughed. I've already succeeded in using your hands to temper my eagle form. Now you'll have to suffer. He rose into the air and used the horse form. His entire body glowed with white light, and his feet gushed with resplendent beams of light. He was like a heavenly steed treading on the moon as he charged toward the black serpent. After Hei Tung turned into a human, his long black hair draped over his shoulders. His eyes were deep and his skin was bronze in color. He possessed explosive power as he sneered and met the attack head-on. Kill! Boom! Chu Feng's divine feet burst forth with boundless strength. At this time, he had merged with the Xingyi horse form. His silvery white body could practically crush mountains and rivers. Thump, thump, thump. Chu Feng continued to stomp down from midair, each aimed at Hei Teng's head and chest. This was the true heavenly steed soaring through the sky. Hei Teng's eyes were cold. He gathered his spirit and used an ancient fist art. He was like a flood dragon in human form as his fists blossomed with black light. They were like black suns exploding as he met Chu Feng fearlessly. At this time, Hei Teng was the most terrifying. A single punch caused the entire mountain to tremble, and a single stomp caused the mountain peak to explode. However, his body trembled violently under Chu Feng's divine feet and horse form stomp. He staggered back because the force was too great and incomparably terrifying. Roar! Chu Feng went berserk. His body rapidly transformed from the Xingyi horse form to the tiger form. He let out a deep roar as his body began to emit black light. His aura had changed. He swooped down, shrouded in black flames. He was like a primordial ferocious tiger that had come into being. His killing intent surged into the sky, and he was even more terrifying than before. In ancient legends, the ferocious tiger was the master of slaughter. Rumble! A gale kicked up as Chu Feng attacked. This wasn't an ordinary wind, but a black astral gale that tore apart the mountain peak. The clouds were like a dragon, and the wind was like a tiger. This kind of wind was accompanied by the Xingyi tiger form, creating a terrifying scene. The entire mountain peak was torn into pieces. As Chu Feng swooped down, boulders tumbled and the mountain cracked. Thump, thump, thump. Chu Feng exchanged blows with Hei Tung in human form. His entire body seemed to be forged from black gold. At this moment, he was like a primordial ferocious tiger in human form, emitting black light as he fought intensely against the flood serpent. Hei Tung's body trembled violently as he coughed up blood. He staggered back from the force of the collision. He was in grave danger under the ferocious Xingyi tiger form. Roar! Chu Feng roared like a crazed, demonic tiger. The moment his body landed on the ground, he stretched out his hand and grabbed Hei Tung's right forearm. With a puff, he tore off half of Hei Tung's arm, causing blood to splatter everywhere. At this moment, Chu Feng was terrifying. His killing intent pervaded the air as though he had become one with the primordial ferocious tiger, erupting with invincible power. Chapter 253. Hei Tung let out a muffled groan as intense pain spread through his body. His right forearm was severed at the elbow. His hair was disheveled as he rapidly retreated, his scarlet blood staining the grassland. He was quite ruthless and didn't cry out. His eyes were incomparably cold as he glared at Chu Feng with unforgettable hatred and murderous intent. Today, he had actually suffered such a setback. His forearm had been torn off by a human he had once looked down on and was now fiercely suppressing him. This was truly difficult for him to accept. In the face of this bone-chilling, murderous intent, Chu Feng was extremely calm. He didn't take it to heart and continued to use the Xingyi tiger form. He leapt forward and shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" His body was shrouded in a dense, murderous aura. The primordial vicious tiger was in charge of killing. At this moment, he was like an invincible, demonic tiger in human form. He pounced forward with the intention of tearing Hei Tung apart. So what if the flood serpent was a rare and powerful race? He would still be killed. The current Chu Feng was extremely dangerous. His body was even tougher than a flood serpent's. He stretched out his arms like a ferocious tiger, tearing the sky apart. Alho! A draconic cry reverberated through the forest. Tens of thousands of trees swayed, and countless leaves withered. They then exploded in the air and turned into fine powder. Black ripples appeared one after another with Hei Tung at the center, suffused with a supreme power. His long black hair stood on end as his eyes became extremely sharp like two little black suns, shining with black light. Heavenly serpent transformation art. He let out a deep roar. Every inch of his skin was glowing and gushing with a heart-palpitating energy. At this moment, Hei Tung had become incomparably terrifying. He emitted a hair-raising aura as a world-shaking energy rushed out from his body. He was shrouded in black light as he used his single arm to block Chu Feng. Boom! Tremendous energy fluctuations erupted as the phantom of a black flood dragon appeared. It forcefully resisted the primordial vicious tiger's energy body and erupted with dazzling beams of light. The dragon and tiger contended for hegemony. An astonishing phenomenon occurred between the two experts. Unexpectedly, Hei Tung was exceptionally powerful at this moment. He was even more powerful than when his arm was intact. His combat prowess had increased greatly as he successfully resisted Chu Feng's Xingyi tiger form. Roar! The dragon roar became more and more shocking. Like the collision of metal and stone, the sound was deafening. In the end, it became incomparably forceful, like a tsunami, shaking the world. The energy within Hei Tung's body surged. Brilliant light erupted from his body as the aura of a flood dragon pervaded the air. It was as if he had transformed into a different race, his boundless aura vast and mighty. He forced back Chu Feng and released the aura of an archaic, vicious beast. It was many times more powerful than before. The blood energy in his body was as vigorous as the sea, and it had already seeped out of his body. His surroundings were dark red, as blood energy seeped out from his pores. It was mixed with astonishing energy as it emitted radiance. It was as if flames were burning around him. "Kill!" Hei Tung shouted and charged forward as fast as lightning. This little bit of power is still not enough. Chu Feng's expression was calm, but when he attacked, it wasn't calm at all. It was peerlessly tyrannical, and the Xingyi tiger form was incomparably violent. He leaped forward, bringing with him an extremely brutal killing intent. Bang, bang, bang. The two exchanged blows, Hei Tung resisting with his single arm. During this process, his body swayed violently, and all his pores glowed as though they were on the verge of igniting. More and more blood energy seeped out from his body, turning the surroundings scarlet. When he was once again forced back by Chu Feng, blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth, and the web between his thumb and forefinger split open. Something astonishing happened. Some parts of his body began to crack apart. Additionally, accompanied by a draconic roar, his body transformed once again. It was now covered in scales as he transformed back into his snake form. Next, for claws stretched out from his body, stained with blood and shattered scales. He was forcefully transforming into a flood dragon. This was a terrifying ability he had obtained after severing a certain shackle. Its name was the Heavenly Serpent Flood Dragon Transformation Art. Of course, this wasn't a true transformation into a flood dragon. It was a secret art that used energy to evolve his body, giving him the appearance of a flood dragon. Hei Tung was in a bizarre state. His body was like a snake, and energy was seeping out from his flesh and transforming into flood dragon claws. This made him look like a flood dragon. His form was similar, and he also possessed that kind of power. Chu Feng, I'll take your head. You've actually forced me to this step. Hei Tung roared as he shot forward like a bolt of black lightning. In this state, his strength had increased explosively and was much stronger than before. It was as though he had become a completely different person. However, he was also paying a price. He was consuming the essence of his true blood. At this moment, he was as tall as a human and possessed a flood dragon's body. He was abnormally agile and possessed berserk strength. His attacks were boundlessly terrifying and were accompanied by a resplendent black light. Boom! He clashed head-on with Chu Feng, using his flood dragon claws to resist Chu Feng's fist seals. Draconic roars and tiger roars shook the mountain ridges like a torrential flood, causing everyone's ears to ring. The two fought fiercely from the mountain forest to the peak. The battle between experts directly caused the mountains to crack. They then soared into the air and fought fiercely. It was as though they were flying through the air. Blood energy surged and murderous intent surged into the skies. Energy surged wildly in every direction. Thump! A short mountain was directly smashed apart by the two. Hei Tung, your appearance isn't bad. You've transformed into a black flood dragon with a strong and powerful physique. You even have the domineering aura of a saint beast. Chu Feng sighed in admiration. However, Hei Tung wasn't happy at all. That was because Chu Feng added, "Become my mount. You're courting death." Hei Tung's eyes were cold. The black light shooting out from his pupils was as sharp as a blade. The grand black dragon crown prince, was actually being looked down upon like this. Who would dare to use him as a mount? Did they want to be exterminated? The Southern Sea Dragon race would definitely attack together. Boom! Hei Tung's entire body lit up. His body seemed to have shrunk into a black sun as he released terrifying energy fluctuations. With a draconic roar, he struck out with his claws to unleash a powerful attack. Chu Feng's body glowed as he arched his back like a dragon. He was using the Xingyi dragon form. His hands reached out like a true dragon, but this time he was in human form. Thump! The two collided, causing the mountain to collapse. There were large cracks all around them, some extending over a kilometer. Many of the black fissures were several meters wide. As for the forest, be it the short brambles or the towering ancient trees, all of them were blasted into smithereens by the energy ripples from the battle. They fought fiercely. Chu Feng was calm from beginning to end. The more he fought, the more valiant he became. He continuously evolved the Xingyi 12 true forms, alternating between each one for a period of time. As he saw it, this was the best form of tempering. A peak expert with 6 severed shackles was fighting against him. He activated the Xingyi fist with all his might and gained a deep understanding of it. This was much more efficient than training on his own. He was testing out the profound mysteries of his fist arts and using a flood dragon to refine his 12 true forms. It was quite bold. That was because a single mistake in such a battle could result in death. He was tempering his fist intent while his opponent was fighting with his life on the line. Their goals were completely different. Hey Tongue, you don't have much time. When I'm done tempering my fist intent and you're no longer useful to my 12 true forms, I'll send you on your way. You need to consider clearly whether you want to be my mount or not. Chu Feng said coldly. Hey Tongue was truly furious. His eyes became increasingly sinister. This insignificant human, who was on a completely different level from him, actually wanted to make him his mount. This was intolerable. Moreover, the other party was actually using him as a furnace to temper his fist intent. This was unacceptable. Chu Feng, Demon King Chu, you're courting death. You dare humiliate the Southern Sea Dragon race? I'll tear you into 10,000 pieces. Hey Tongue went berserk. Draconic roars rang out continuously as he emitted black energy that swept through the mountain ridges and tore the mountain peaks apart. Chu Feng said coldly, Hey Tongue, what are you so arrogant about? You dare call yourself a dragon at your current level? If you hadn't tried to kill me for no reason last time and put on such a high and mighty attitude, today's matter wouldn't have happened. There's nothing more to say. I'll beat you up today. If you don't submit, you'll die. It's not certain who'll be the one to die. Hey Tongue said coldly. The scales on his body opened up and seeped out wisps of blood. They burned with scarlet radiance, and his aura became even more powerful. Then you won't have the chance. I've almost mastered the 12 true forms. Chu Feng's expression was cold as his killing intent surged. At this moment, he was going all out and no longer focused on tempering his fist intent. His heart was filled with killing intent. He wanted to finish off this flood dragon. Kill! Hey Tongue roared loudly and pounced over. His claws erupted with black light, and the black horn on his head erupted with divine radiance as he suddenly attacked Chu Feng. Swoosh! The void trembled slightly as Chu Feng utilized the Xingyi monkey form with lightning speed. His nimbleness was astonishing as he directly leapt out of the way and evaded the beams of light shot out by the sharp claws and the horn. Hey Tongue was fighting with his life on the line, using 120% of his strength. He was going all out in order to kill Chu Feng. His body suddenly swept out. At such a close distance, he was like a bolt of black lightning, causing the air to explode and emit thunderous sounds. Although his body wasn't long, it was even more terrifying after being condensed. He could easily tear apart steel walls and mountains with his boundless strength. However, this attack still missed. Chu Feng flew up into the air like a swallow. He was lithe and agile, and his whole person carried a kind of ethereal aura. This was the swallow form of the 12 Xingyi forms. Now, he could use it to his heart's content and display the most suitable true form at the most appropriate juncture. Thump! As his body descended, he stomped down with all his might and used the Xingyi horse form to break Hey Tongue's body. The latter was so startled that he curled up and retreated. Boom! The next moment, one of Chu Feng's legs swung out. His body was still in midair, but it was tilted as if he had fallen. His right leg lashed out like a whip and smashed towards Hey Tongue. This was the serpent form, and he could easily execute it. Thump! This time, his leg struck Hey Tongue's body, causing him to scream miserably as he was sent flying. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood and was seriously injured. During this short period of time, Chu Feng had displayed the monkey form, swallow form, horse form, and serpent form. Everything was just right, and using these true forms had gradually become an instinct. This meant that his cultivation of the Xingyi fists had reached a higher level. Roar! Hey Tongue had a bad premonition and used all kinds of abilities. He opened his mouth and spat out powerful corrosive black flames. Moreover, his body glowed as he shot out beam after beam of light. In addition, his single horn blossomed with divine radiance and shot out beams of light like thunder. His entire body had been turned into a weapon as he fiercely attacked Chu Feng. He had realized that he was in great danger and that he would be killed if he couldn't do anything now. It's too late, Chu Feng said coldly. He would never show mercy to his enemies. Ever since this flood serpent had stood up for the owner of the flying saucer and wanted to kill him, the two of them were already enemies. Boom! Chu Feng leapt up like a true dragon and unleashed his dragon form to fight He Tong, forcing him to stagger back. Following that, a draconic fist pierced through his body, causing blood to spurt out. Roar! Next, Chu Feng was like a primordial tiger descending to the mortal world. His entire body erupted with black light as he clashed head-on with the flood serpent and tore off one of its energy claws. Very soon, he soared through the sky like a golden eagle. He used the Xingyi eagle form to attack He Tong. The two races were natural enemies. He tore apart He Tong's body, sending scales and blood flying everywhere. Thump! The moment he landed on the ground, Chu Feng's strength surged as he transformed into the great earth bear. He unleashed the Xingyi bear form and sent He Tong flying. He Tong's body was covered in blood, and some of his bones were broken. The next moment, Chu Feng spread out his arms and shook them fiercely like an immortal crane spreading its wings. He once again cut off one of He Tong's energy claws and drew out a large amount of flood serpent blood. He Tong let out a miserable cry. In just a short moment, the other party had transformed into the dragon, tiger, eagle, bear, and crane forms in succession. His combat strength had been completely shattered. At the last moment, Chu Feng leapt into the air in the swallow form, following which he swung out his leg in a serpentine and dragon-like manner. His right leg was incomparably resplendent as it chopped down. At this moment, Chu Feng had concentrated all of Chu Feng's tyrannical energy and was even sharper than a divine weapon. With a boom, it smashed into He Tong's abdomen. He Tong let out a blood-curdling scream as blood splattered in all directions. He didn't manage to evade and was cut in half at the waist. Chu Feng's leg had struck down and severed his body from the waist down. Doubtlessly, the Black Dragon Crown Prince of the Southern Sea had suffered a crushing defeat. All of his arrogance and conceit had been crushed mercilessly. Chu Feng's harvest was great. He had used the flood serpent with 6 severed shackles to temper his fist intent. He had mastered the 12 true forms and was starting to feel comfortable. His strength had grown even stronger. I heard the 4 shark spirits brought you a great killing weapon from the Southern Sea. Why don't you demonstrate it for me? Chu Feng looked down at He Tong and prepared to throw him into that special area to observe. Chapter 254. How did you know? He Tong's heart went cold. The 4 marine generals had been killed, and the 4 pillars had fallen into this human's hands. His body had been severed into 2 halves, and he fell into the forest covered in blood. His face was twisted with unbearable pain as he glared at the human before him with hatred. Of course I do, Chu Feng nodded. The energy on his body hadn't dissipated after the battle. Even his hair was sparkling and translucent, and his eyes were like lightning. He was like a demonic god looking down on the black flood dragon. He Tong coughed up blood. He hated this human to the core and was filled with anger and grievance. Even the pain on his body had been ignored. As the Black Dragon Crown Prince of the Southern Sea with 6 severed shackles, he had rarely met his match and could look down on all the heroes. But today, he had suffered a crushing defeat. What he couldn't accept the most was that this human had used him to hone his fist techniques and even won in the end. He had even snatched away his 4 pillars. He Tong went mad and wanted nothing more than to bite him to death. The battle had come to an end. The mountainous region was in shambles. Not to mention the towering trees, even the mountain peaks had been smashed into pieces. At this time, He Tong's severed lower half of his body revealed his true form. His entire body was jet black and glowing with a metallic luster. He lay there, dripping with blood. Such a large snake body, hundreds of meters long. How can I finish it? Chu Feng was speechless. Even though he could eat a lot, there was no way he could finish a flood dragon that was even longer than a train in a few days. He Tong's eyes were spewing flames. The Southern Sea Dragon race was actually going to become someone else's food? This was simply unimaginable in the past. The upper half of his body was now in human form. His hair was disheveled and his face was pale. He was truly unwilling. The forest was covered in large amounts of flood dragon blood. It was bright red and sparkling, emitting a vigorous aura of vitality. The entire body of a creature with 6 severed shackles was a treasure. Chu Feng, if you kill me today, you will be slaughtered by the southern sea dragon race in the future. You will also die miserably to accompany me in death. Hating didn't beg for mercy because he knew he couldn't live. Chu Feng was domineering and domineering. He was not afraid at all. I'll wait for the South Sea Dragon race to reappear. However, I'm not a passive person. If you anger me, I might go to Nanyang first and plunder the South Sea's dragon nest. Hei Tang's heart sank as he thought about how this human was able to defeat him with only 5 severed shackles. At this rate, he would become a great threat to the Southern Sea Dragon race in the future. Dang! At this time, Chu Feng struck out with the diamond chakram. He did not use all of his strength, but it was still a powerful attack. It smashed into Hei Tang's horn. With a crack, the black horn broke off from the root and fell to the ground, directly enlarging to a length of several meters. Even though he had captured him, Chu Feng was not careless. This was a rarely seen flood serpent. That black horn possessed terrifying power and was now broken. Hei Tang roared with a terrifying expression. His body spasmed as he felt great humiliation. His symbol of a flood serpent's horn had actually been broken. After losing his horn, it was as if all of his spirit, energy, and spirit had been sucked out. He rolled about on the ground in pain and eventually calmed down. His entire person was sickly. Hei Tang's face was pale and his eyes were lifeless. He lay there motionless, completely disheartened. There was an indescribable sense of defeat in his heart. Chu Feng stood in place and used his spiritual energy to move the upper half of Hei Tang's body. Hei Tang didn't resist in the slightest and was drawn over by his spiritual energy. Chu Feng reached out and was about to grab Hei Tang when something shocking happened. Where was his arm? How could it have disappeared into thin air? He suddenly cried out loudly. His entire body lit up as he released a terrifying aura to resist. Get in. At this moment, Hei Tang was incomparably cold. His sickly state had been swept away, and his eyes erupted with black light as he burned away the last of his energy. He raised his head, causing his hair to fly backward. There was a snow-white bottle on his chest. It wasn't very big and was only 3 inches tall. Currently, the bottom of the bottle was pressed against Hei Tang's chest. Energy flowed out from his heart, causing the snow-white mouth of the bottle to glow. It sucked in Chu Feng's entire arm, followed by the upper half of his body and finally his legs. Thump! He quickly plugged the bottle and held it tightly in his hand. He fell to the ground, panting heavily and drenched in sweat. He was on the verge of death at this point. Using this mysterious ancient weapon to turn the tables at the last moment was truly dangerous. Chu Feng, Demon King Chu, how dare you compete with our Southern Sea lineage? How can you compare to our dragon race's foundations? How did you know there were so many ruins at the bottom of the sea? Hei Tang's expression was sinister and terrifying. His entire body was suffused with a baleful aura. His eyes were like torches, filled with hatred and delight as he laughed loudly. There was a bottle in his left hand. It looked a bit like the Suet jade bottle in the hands of Bodhisattva. It was small, 3 inches tall, spotlessly white, and extremely exquisite. But Hei Tang knew that this wasn't the case. If it really was like the legendary Suet jade bottle, he wouldn't be in such a miserable state. He would have long since suppressed Chu Feng. This item had been excavated from a great tomb at the bottom of the sea. It didn't have much power and couldn't be used in battle. The bottle didn't look big, but its interior wasn't small and contained a folded space. In order to use it to store objects, one had to come into contact with it. It couldn't be taken from afar, and the conditions were quite strict. Hei Tang had already wanted to use this item when he was no match for Chu Feng. But at that time, Chu Feng's eyes were like lightning and his spirit was highly concentrated. No small movements could escape his notice. Hei Tang had been holding back all this time, waiting for the best opportunity. Only when the flames on Chu Feng's body had disappeared and he had completely relaxed and restrained his surging killing intent did He Tong realize that he might be able to take the risk. Chu Feng had indeed relaxed after defeating He Tong and breaking his horn at the last moment. He hadn't expected He Tong to have such an item on him. He had always thought that the 4 pillars were He Tang's trump card. He had no idea that the 4 marine generals had brought him an ancient bottle. This item wasn't meant for battle, but rather for him to store his spoils of war when he pillaged the famed mountains. At the last moment, He Tong successfully used this item to store Chu Feng. He was exceptionally satisfied and laughed while coughing up blood. Fighting the southern sea dragon race. You're courting death. His voice became cold. He had successfully reversed the situation with his counterattack. But how was he going to kill Chu Feng? He felt a bit of a headache. This bottle could store objects, but it couldn't wear down a person. All he could do was slowly exhaust the other party. Although it's of little value, this bottle is still a divine object. He Tong sighed. There were so many ruins at the bottom of the sea, and they had indeed excavated objects with strange abilities. But this was the only one that contained a universe within. It was fairly mysterious. A bottle involving the domain of space was absolutely extraordinary. For this reason, some of the marine race suspected that this was the mutton-fat jade bottle of legends. But this was denied because it had no offensive power at all. The southern sea dragons had learned many ancient secrets from jade scrolls unearthed at the bottom of the sea. They had studied them in detail and found that the ancient powerhouses were all evolved beings. Moreover, there was no mention of bodhisattvas among them. Boom! Suddenly, the bottle in He Tang's hand trembled, especially the stopper. It seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. Not good. He Tang was alarmed. This savage was too outrageous. Could it be that he could break out of the bottle? They had experimented back in the southern sea, and he had been sucked inside. In the end, he couldn't escape at all. Not good. He recalled that Chu Feng had the diamond chakram and was most likely using it to smash the stopper to break free. He pressed down on the stopper with all his might, but it was to no avail. The vibrations grew more and more intense, and the stopper was actually loosening and about to fall off. Inside the bottle, Chu Feng wanted nothing more than to slap himself when he first fell in. He had actually failed miserably at such an easy task and been overturned at the last moment. He was truly too careless. At first, he was truly worried that this bottle would be like those legendary objects and turn him into a puddle of blood. But after a while, he discovered that he had been overthinking things. Ancient legends couldn't be completely trusted. This was a strange space that was 10 meters tall with a circular bottom. Its diameter was a bit over 3 meters, and the thinnest part of the bottle was less than 1 meter in diameter. He began to attack ferociously. First, he formed a fist seal to smash the stopper, and then he used the diamond chakram to attack. He didn't try to break the bottle because he felt that it was too much of a pity. In his eyes, this was a rare and precious object that could actually store objects. Not good. He Tang was astonished. He exerted all his strength and hurled the bottle into the distance. He then endured the pain and leapt up to find his severed body. The wound glowed as he forcefully joined it back together and fled. Thump! Finally, Chu Feng uncorked the bottle and broke free. He stretched out his limbs, formed a fist seal, and held the diamond chakram in a defensive posture. However, he found himself in midair. His divine senses spread out and discovered that He Tang was 7 or 8 kilometers away. He had just been abandoned along with He Tang. Swoosh! Chu Feng grabbed the bottle and the stopper as he fell toward the ground. With a bang, he smashed the ground and sent rocks flying into the sky. Such a powerful impact was astonishing, but it was nothing to him. Even if he were to fall from an even higher altitude, it would be difficult for him to sustain any injuries. Boom! The air exploded as Chu Feng broke through to 5 times the speed of sound and chased after He Tang. How could He Tang escape? His severed body couldn't even reach the speed of sound, and he couldn't even move at the speed of sound. Thump! Chu Feng kicked the air and sent He Tang flying. He Tang's body was once again severed into 2, and the jet-black lower half tumbled about, crushing many giant trees. You're really patient. You only attacked at the last moment and almost trapped me. Chu Feng was incomparably cold. This time, his eyes were like lightning, and the other party's petty movements couldn't escape his divine senses. Heiteng's hopes were dashed. He felt as though the sky had dimmed and that he had no more trump cards to turn things around. What could he endure? It was because the bottle was too useless and couldn't be used in battle. Collect! Chu Feng shouted. He poured his energy into the bottle in an attempt to collect Heiteng, but nothing happened. He soon realized what was going on and was speechless. However, he was still quite happy. There was a whole new world inside that involved space. No matter how he looked at it, it was a legendary item. In the future, he would be able to store all his items into the bottle. He wouldn't have to worry about destroying them in battle or not being able to carry them away. Let's go. With Heiteng in hand, Chu Feng crossed 1,500 meters in a single leap. He traversed several kilometers and arrived at the special area. He circled around the area and, after confirming where the 4 pillars were buried, threw Heiteng in. Heiteng was furious. He knew that the 4 generals had buried the pillars in this mountain range, but he didn't know the exact location. If he knew, he would have just thrown the pristine jade bottle in. In the end, he was the one who had fallen into this trap. Chu Feng was very satisfied. He started a fire outside and began to roast the flood serpent meat while studying the pristine jade bottle. The bottle was pure white and looked similar to the Suet jade bottle of legends. It was 3 inches tall and looked like an exquisite work of art. The bottle stopper was black and seemed to be made of wood. However, it was even heavier than metal. Only by circulating the energy within one's body could an item be placed inside. Otherwise, this exquisite jade bottle would only be a cultural relic if discovered by archaeologists. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to use it. Very good. There's a place for the 4 pillars. Chu Feng smiled. Otherwise, the 4 pillars would be too conspicuous. Who would have the time to run around carrying 4 thick pillars? Very soon, Chu Feng discovered that Heiteng wasn't cooperating at all. It was lying motionlessly on the mountainous ground like a corpse. He left this place and caught some wild beasts and birds to place in the special area. Chapter 255. The area surrounded by the 4 bronze pillars had a radius of 3 to 4 miles. The ferocious beasts were madly running inside, roaring and their fur standing on end. However, they were actually running in circles, their eyes filled with terror. They didn't know exhaustion and couldn't stop. The ferocious birds in the sky were also very strange. They didn't spread their wings and flew in circles. In the end, they used more and more force, and the frequency of their wings flapping increased. They were very flustered, but they couldn't leave the area no matter how many times they flew in circles. Chu Feng's eyes widened, and his face revealed a shocked expression. It was broad daylight, and such a strange thing actually happened. How was it different from the legendary ghost hitting the wall? Strange, it's really strange. Chu Feng muttered to himself. He took a bite of the delicious flood serpent meat and continued to observe as he chewed. This was the ability of the 4 bronze pillars. It was really strange. Weren't they just 4 metal bodies? How could they make those birds and beasts lose their way? Chu Feng raised his head to take a look. The sky was clear and the sun was blazing. This wasn't a foggy night, so how could they not see the road? He felt a burst of suspicion and felt that it was extremely strange. This place definitely wasn't like this before. It was all caused by the sea generals burying the 4 bronze pillars. Chu Feng knew that ghosts hitting the wall really existed. This kind of thing usually happened at night. The place of the incident was usually a cemetery or a desolate place in the suburbs. The people involved couldn't tell the direction, and their perception was fuzzy. In the end, they ended up walking in circles. Those who had experienced it said that their consciousness was hazy at that time. In other words, they were muddled. They always felt that they were walking in a straight line and were about to leave the place, but in the end, they just kept walking in circles. If this happened at night in a cemetery, it would naturally frighten the person who experienced it and easily cause a serious illness. Thus, it would become even more superstitious and terrifying. Chu Feng knew that ghost hitting the wall could be explained by science. According to research, the instinctive movement of many creatures was circular, which led to this phenomenon. Someone had done experiments. They blindfolded eagles, sparrows, pigeons, and other birds and released them into the sky. They would fly in circles on the spot. It was the same for humans and other beasts. When they lost their sense of direction, they thought they were walking in a straight line, but in the end, they were actually walking in circles. That was because it was impossible for any living creature to be absolutely symmetrical. Their wings were of different sizes, and their legs were of different lengths. When they moved forward after losing their direction, after a long period of time, their wings and legs would move in different directions, resulting in a circle. Chu Feng knew the explanation of the ghost hitting the wall, but he didn't understand how the 4 brass pillars could create such a scene. Moreover, he discovered that the phenomenon of ghosts hitting the wall in that special area was very serious. Those ferocious beasts and vicious birds were circling around crazily. Their eyes were filled with fear and madness. They simply could not stop. This was the ultimate weapon the southern sea dragons had sent to Heitong. Chu Feng was both speechless and astonished. After all, it was just a ghostly labyrinth. If this were to spread, it wouldn't be considered anything impressive. He even thought it was some terrifying domain. He had thought that after the 4 copper pillars were erected here, there would be a downpour of rain, lightning, and sword chi that would slash the people trapped within into pieces. In the end, it seemed that this wasn't the case at all. Heitong, your grandpa, this is your ultimate weapon. Get up and go in circles. Chu Feng cursed. He then picked up a boulder weighing tens of thousands of kilograms and hurled it at Heitong. The stone smashed into his body with a bang, causing Heitong to let out a muffled groan as blood seeped out his wounds. Go in circles. Chu Feng was startled after shouting these words. He came to a realization. Although what was happening in this area didn't sound tyrannical and was only ghostly labyrinth, it wasn't ordinary at all. It would trap the enemy inside and allow them to attack at will from the outside. The stone he had tossed in didn't change its direction and directly smashed into Heitong's body. Following which, he flicked out a pebble and, with a bang, broke a tuft of the sparrow's tail feathers, causing it to fall to the ground. The sparrow let out a shrill cry and became increasingly terrified. It flapped its wings with all its might and flew in circles. Chu Feng was speechless. He had only broken a tuft of its tail feathers because he didn't want to harm the sparrow's life. In the end, the sparrow had sunk into a deeper level of terror and was now flying for its life. He realized that there were likely other factors in this area apart from ghostly labyrinth that caused these creatures to be so sensitive, restless, and fearful. Their minds are in disorder, and they're being suppressed, making all sorts of errors in judgment, and even losing their sense of direction. Chu Feng understood more and more after careful observation. He felt that these 4 pillars were truly extraordinary. They had actually caused such a strange phenomenon after being buried here. They can barely be considered great weapons. Chu Feng felt that if he could lure the enemy in and make them lose themselves while he released his flying swords outside, he would be able to kill them as easily as cutting grass. Not bad. I like these 4 pillars. Heitong, you're such a good person. Thank you for your gift. I'll accept it. Chu Feng laughed heartily. He was surprised to see that Heitong wasn't reacting at all. Normally speaking, he should be furious. Could it be that this place also affects his hearing? That's right. Could it be robbing his 5 senses? That's truly terrifying. Chu Feng was alarmed. He tried roaring at one of the ferocious beasts with a thunderous roar, but the spotted leopard didn't seem to feel anything. It maintained its original state and ran in circles. As expected, Chu Feng gnashed his teeth, feeling that things weren't as simple as they seemed. He then went to catch a few more ferocious beasts and birds and released them into the area for further observation. He wanted to see if these creatures would behave differently depending on how long they stayed inside. He He wanted to find out whether they would behave differently. He would release some birds and beasts from time to time. "Hey, Tongue, do you want to die? Go and run in circles." Chu Feng smashed a few more boulders at Hey Tongue, aggravating his injuries. However, Hey Tongue remained motionless and uncooperative. During this process, Chu Feng roasted piece after piece of flood serpent meat until it was golden and translucent. He wolfed down the food to replenish his energy. He was indeed hungry after the battle. Flood serpent gallbladder. Chu Feng dug out the large snake gallbladder and felt somewhat dizzy. It was too big, translucent, and exuded a sweet fragrance. However, he knew that this thing was unbearably bitter. He didn't dare try it because it definitely wasn't a delicacy. However, it was definitely a rare medicine that he might be able to use in the future. After all, it was a flood serpent gallbladder. Chu Feng carefully controlled the temperature of the flames to dry it. He then took out the black horn and washed it clean before putting it into the pristine jade bottle. He leisurely observed and practiced the Xingyi 12 true forms to consolidate his foundation. He had gained a lot from the battle with Hey Tongue. Not only did he obtain the Suet jade bottle and the 4 bronze pillars, but he had also made a breakthrough in his Xingyi martial arts and reached a higher level. Chu Feng had consumed a lot of flood serpent meat after staying here for a day and a night. It wasn't just for eating, but also to refine and baptize his body. During this time, he constantly circulated his breathing technique, and all his pores were glowing. The energy contained within the flood serpent meat was extremely dense, and the essence energy in his body was boiling and seeping out from his pores. Ah, this bottle is really magical. The next morning, Chu Feng looked at the bottle again and again as he welcomed the morning glow. He had previously skinned and washed the flood serpent meat before putting a few pieces into the bottle with the intention of giving it a try. In the end, a certain guess of his came true. The space within the bottle could preserve freshness, and the few pieces of snow-white meat remained unchanged. The flood serpent meat wouldn't go bad here. Ha, what a great treasure! If others knew why he was so happy, they would surely be speechless. This was purely for eating. He was thinking that he wouldn't have to worry about wastage after killing king-level entities in the future. The bottle was 10 meters tall, enough to store a large amount of king-level ingredients. After a day and night of observation, Chu Feng gradually understood the uses of the 4 pillars. They could form an enhanced, ghostly labyrinth and also deprive people of some of their senses. In short, it would distort one's judgment and throw one's consciousness into disorder. Can the 4 pillars change the geomagnetic field, or cause the magnetic field here to become abnormal and affect these creatures? Chu Feng guessed. Some of the birds and beasts had long since fainted from exhaustion. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to stop at all. He felt that it would be better to wait until he faced an enemy in the future to observe and test it out. Hey Tongue had already reverted to his original form. His entire body was jet black, and his scales were glowing like metal. He stared at Chu Feng with incomparable hatred. That was because he knew he couldn't escape no matter what. Chu Feng didn't hesitate. He shot out his flying knife and cut off the flood serpent's head with a hoof. He didn't give a chance and killed it immediately. It's time to reap the rewards. Chu Feng pulled out the 4 pillars and washed them with spring water before putting them into the pristine jade bottle. He then began to clean up the flood serpent meat. The upper half of the meat was still quite fresh. After cleaning it, he put it into the large amount of translucent meat that had encountered the bottleneck. The black dragon crown prince of the southern sea, a stately expert with 6 severed shackles, had been killed just like that. His dragon-locking pillars could be considered an extraordinary ancient weapon, but they had immediately changed owners. As for that spatial bottle, it was even more mysterious and had also changed owners. Even the Black Dragon Crown Prince himself had become Demon King Chu's meal. Chu Feng knew that such a large flood serpent had been killed. The news of it lying in the middle of the mountain forest wouldn't be hidden for long. It was destined to be discovered by others. He had already made preparations to go out into the open and fight against the enemies. Chu Feng didn't leave. He stayed here to practice the Xingyi fist and increase his combat strength. That was because he found that this fist technique was extremely suitable for him. The Xingyi 12 true forms had almost merged into his bones. The more he comprehended, the more proficient he became. This was the human race's fist technique, and it was exceptionally compatible with him. Most importantly, he had already completely grasped the breathing technique hidden within the 12 true forms. Every day was equivalent to a period of effective evolution. Chu Feng felt that at this rate, even without the pollen, he would be able to continuously evolve his constitution with the supreme breathing technique Yellow Cattle had given him in addition to the thunderous breathing technique and the Xingyi breathing technique. Chu Feng was in no hurry to leave as he practiced his fist technique near Mount Sanqing. He stabilized the 12 true forms and circulated the 3 breathing techniques in turn. He felt his blood energy becoming increasingly vigorous. The flood serpent meat was the high-energy food for his fist technique training, and the berries from the mountain could be considered a vegetable. Rumble. Facing the scorching sun, Chu Feng's body was sparkling and translucent. He stretched his limbs in front of the waterfall and brandished his fists with a thunderous roar. Around him, dragons, tigers, cranes, bears, eagles, and so on appeared. All of them were formed from energy and flew outwards with terrifying auras. Boom! The waterfall flowed upwards in reverse. Many boulders weighing thousands of kilograms floated up and revolved around him, rumbling and exploding in accordance with the rhythm of his fists. At this time, many people in the outside world knew that the southern sea dragon race had sent He Teng a great killing weapon. Although it seemed they wanted to kill Chu Feng, it was actually to intimidate the continental experts. Everyone was in a state of panic and discussion. Could it be that the marine race was really going to launch a large-scale attack? Apparently, people were increasingly apprehensive of the marine race after this news was made public. This made it easier for them to act, and at the same time, they were gradually becoming more domineering. Only the 2 oxen were laughing coldly. They already knew that Chu Feng had killed He Teng early in the morning. They were both shocked and excited. Currently, the outside world was still thinking that He Teng was about to rise and intimidate everyone. Little did they know that this southern sea dragon expert had already been eaten by Chu Feng. Hence, the 2 oxen were smiling brilliantly. They were waiting for the matter at Mount Sanqing to be exposed. At that time, the experts would surely be scared silly. The main character, Chu Feng, was practicing his fist technique, resting and accumulating energy. He had benefited greatly from killing He Teng and had gained a deep understanding of the 12 true forms. He was ready to erupt at any moment and kill the various kings. Just where is Chu Feng? Has he really died? He Teng has already recovered from his injuries and sent people from the southern sea to bring back a great killing weapon. His strength is even more terrifying now. Even if Chu Feng is still alive, he might not be a match for him. The 2 were originally not on the same level. One is a Peak King level entity with 6 severed shackles, while the other has only severed 4. Their last battle ended in a draw because He Teng was already injured. If Chu Feng were to fight him again, it would be difficult for him to win. In the outside world, both humans and beast race experts were discussing this matter. Even those who had a good impression of Chu Feng and were on his side had no choice but to admit that Chu Feng would be in grave danger if the 2 were to fight again. As for those hostile to Chu Feng, there was no need to mention them. They were all rejoicing in his misfortune, thinking that even if Chu Feng was still alive, he would be killed once he returned. Even Lu Tong could no longer sit still. He contacted Chu Feng at noon while he was training. "Brat, if you can't handle it, you should quickly retreat. An expert with 6 severed shackles isn't as easy to deal with as you think." "Don't worry, I've already eaten He Teng. He's no longer a threat," Chu Feng replied. "What? What did you say? Say it again." Lu Tong was truly shocked. In the hollow, jade temple of Shuntian, he jumped up with a face full of shock. He asked again and again what exactly happened and when it happened. "I finished him off yesterday, but I trapped him for an entire day. I only killed him this morning," Chu Feng replied casually. Lu Tong was truly shaken and dumbfounded. That was the Black Dragon Crown Prince of the Southern Sea. The outside world was saying that he had brought a great killing weapon to intimidate the various kings. In the end, he was killed by Chu Feng just like that. If this news were to spread out, it would definitely cause a huge storm and shock everyone. All right, what's He Tang's great killing weapon? Where is it? Lu Tong asked. What great killing weapon? It's just a rumor. Chu Feng was afraid that this old fellow would drag the matter out and ask him to bring it back for a look. He immediately denied that he had seen it. Lu Tong didn't believe him, but there was nothing he could do. In the end, he told Chu Feng another piece of news. Someone had barged into the Hollow Jade Temple's residential area and was targeting his parents. Chu Feng wasn't worried because Lu Tong had already informed him that they had moved away in advance and had long since taken precautions. According to investigations, it might be a certain Beast King who had participated in the siege against you in Jiangxi, Lu Tong informed. He's really tired of living, Chu Feng said coldly. Don't tell me you're going to kill him, Lu Tong asked. Chu Feng replied calmly. Do I even need to take action against such a small character? Old man, it's not that I want to criticize you, but how can the stately Hollow Jade Temple tolerate their impudence? Quickly mobilize all your resources and use guided missiles and laser weapons to flatten that area. Don't leave even a blade of grass behind. We must establish our might. Since they dared to barge into the Hollow Jade Temple, we must kill them until they're terrified. Lu Tong choked. I thought you were going to stomp your feet and kill your way over. What? You still want me to go? I only kill those with 6 severed shackles. Don't look for those small characters. Chu Feng was purposely showing off. Lu Tong was so angry that he wanted to beat him up. Yes, it's good that you're not stomping your feet. I'm afraid you'll lose your composure after being provoked and be taken advantage of, Lu Tong said. Old man, just mobilize all your resources and flatten that mountain with your great killing weapons. I'll go watch the fireworks. If there are any fish that slip through the net, I'll help you clean them up, Chu Feng said with surging killing intent. Changzhong, please vote for Zhou Yi. If you still have monthly votes, please vote for the Holy Ground. Chapter 256. Lu Tong agreed with a rare lack of opposition. He frowned and said with an ominous glint in his eyes, Indeed, we should establish our might. Otherwise, do we really think the #1 mutant organization is a pushover? A random Beast King dares to order his subordinates to charge into the Hollow Jade Temple? How impudent! The old man was furious. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. First, there was the weasels on Mount Pan. Now, a Beast King had jumped out from Jiangxi and was acting in secret. Were they really not taking the #1 mutant organization seriously? They wanted to charge and even wanted to kill. The more Lu Tong thought about it, the angrier he became. The weasel lineage on Mount Pan had been completely wiped out by Chu Feng. Now, it was time for the Hollow Jade Temple to establish their might. They would kill one to serve as a warning to the others. They would launch a thunderous attack and display their tyrannical might. That's more like it. Old man, be more domineering. Don't be afraid of the slightest thing. If you can't turn an area of 50 kilometers into a sea of hellfire, then you'll be too lenient, Chu Feng urged. That was because he was also angry that someone was using his parents to create trouble. Although he had long since taken precautions and couldn't hurt them, they had still touched his reverse scale. This time, he decided to ask the Hollow Jade Temple to take action and flatten the mountains and rivers. The bigger the better, it would intimidate the world. Huh, Lu Tong was amused. This brat really wanted to see fireworks. He even wanted to destroy an area of 50 kilometers. What if the innocent were to be harmed? Our illustrious reputation is stained with blood. You have to be heavy-handed. Chu Feng said once again. That's enough. Stop fanning the flames. Lu Tong immediately hung up. He knew this brat was provoking him on purpose. He wanted to borrow the Hollow Jade Temple's influence to cause a huge commotion and warn all parties. The old man quickly contacted the relevant parties and began to work on this matter. His killing intent had been aroused. Chu Feng practiced his fist technique in peace. Mount Sanqing was indeed an extraordinary place. The three main peaks were lush green and glistening with purple mist rising in spirals. Add to that the silver waterfalls. It truly looked like an immortal's cave. The sun was at its brightest at noon, pouring down and landing on the Taoist temple on the main peak. Even the roof tiles were emitting a faint golden luster, giving off a kind of divine aura. After drinking a mouthful of spring water, Chu Feng faced the famed mountain and stretched his muscles and bones. His joints crackled as he practiced the 12 true forms over and over again like frying beans. When he exhaled a breath of air, it turned into a white pillar of air. Like a sharp sword, it flew out dozens of meters and easily chopped off a protruding rock on the cliff. He was very calm as he practiced his fist technique and rested while waiting for Lu Tong's news. He was prepared to go over and help out. There was also a Taoist temple on Mount Yunluo. Under the blazing sun, it appeared dignified and imposing. This place was about 2,000 kilometers away from Sanqing Mountain. It was not a famous mountain, but it was somewhat famous in the area, and there were some Taoist stories. However, ever since the great upheavals, there were no longer any Taoist priests on Mount Yunluo. The empty monastery was occupied by an old badger, a king-level entity. It could be considered an expert in Jiangshi. Last time, a group of beast kings surrounded Chu Feng, and he was one of them. What was supposed to be a sure success had failed in the end, and allowed Demon King Chu to escape. This made him restless for many days. No one knew that the old badger was on Mount Yunluo, because this place was not well known. Who would have thought that, even so, a disaster would fall from the sky? A three-eyed marine race expert had arrived, occupied this place, and made him a scapegoat. The old badger wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Ordering people to infiltrate the hollow jade temple to kill Chu Feng's parents was not a small matter. Most importantly, it really wasn't his doing. He felt very wronged, but in the end he clenched his teeth and decided to give up. In any case, he had participated in the attack on Chu Feng and was no longer on the same side. What was there to fear? He might as well seek refuge with the marine race and the Peacock King. The three-eyed marine race expert, Qian Yu, had a head of purple hair and a handsome face. He wore a faint smile on his face, and the vertical eye between his brows glowed with divine light. He was in the monastery on Mount Yunluo, waiting for Chu Feng to come and throw his life away. The old badger was accompanying Qian Yu on one side and had some beast race experts pour wine for him. His face was full of smiles, and he kept Qian Yu company. This three-eyed marine race expert looked young, but had already severed his sixth shackle. The current Mount Yunluo was like a demonic palace filled with beast race experts. Qian Yu said indifferently, "Don't worry, more experts are coming. Killing a mere Chu Feng will be as easy as killing a chicken and won't let anything happen to you. Just sit and wait to reap his head." He wasn't worried at all. To him, as long as Chu Feng appeared, he would be able to crush him with a single slap. However, the human expert he was acquainted with was Su Qing, the youngest Xingyi Grandmaster. He was extremely cautious and insisted on surrounding Chu Feng, afraid that he would escape. What made Qian Yu frown the most was that the white-robed Su Qing had actually invited the Peacock King. He was extremely dissatisfied because there was simply no need to muster such a large force. A mere Chu Feng could have been killed as soon as he appeared. However, Su Qing told him to be on guard against the hollow Jade Temple Master and the Wudong Grandmaster. After all, these people were related to Chu Feng. Even if they were far away, who could guarantee that they wouldn't suddenly return? Chu Feng, he's only 4 severed shackles, yet he's making such a big fuss over you. This time, he won't be able to escape even if he grows wings. He's dead for sure. The three-eyed marine race expert Qian Yu said with a cold expression, "Because of you, my flying saucer was destroyed on Mount Longhu. This time, I'll trample you to death." Qian Yu felt that they had done things very discreetly this time. They had purposely left behind some clues and waited for the target to deliver himself. In truth, Chu Feng really didn't know about the dangers involved. Even Lu Tong couldn't find out anything. He thought that the old badger was too sinister and wanted to kill Chu Feng's parents in secret. But the white-robed Su Qing and Xian Yu hadn't expected that Chu Feng had already severed his fifth shackle and could contend against peerless experts. Moreover, he had been practicing his fist techniques to recuperate after killing Heitong. He was quite tyrannical and wanted to make a big fuss, convincing Lu Tong to flatten Mount Yunluo. The old man Lu Tong was also holding back his anger and was preparing to establish his might by bathing the place in blood. Before long, a secret rumor began to circulate among the beast race. Of course, only a small portion of people knew about it. The Peacock King had moved out to kill Chu Feng. If this news were spread out on a large scale, it would definitely be an explosive piece of news. Who would have thought that Chu Feng is still alive? How lucky! But this time, he won't be able to escape. The Peacock King has found out where he is. Demon King Chu is finally going to die. How will he survive once the Peacock King finds him? He's dead for sure. Even 10 of him together won't be enough to kill the Peacock King. In Jiangxi, a small group of beast race experts were discussing this matter. They were either direct descendants of the Peacock King or people related to him. They were all excited because they knew something big was about to happen. In the eyes of these beast race experts, the Peacock King had gone personally. A human with 4 severed shackles wouldn't be enough to kill him, even if he had 10 lives. Demon King Chu was bound to die. Let's go together. Although the Peacock King alone can easily kill Chu Feng, we want to go and witness his head being chopped off with our own eyes. Many of the king-level experts who had participated in killing Chu Feng were moved. With smiles on their faces, they all agreed to go and watch the ceremony. Although this news was only spread within a small group, all the king-level entities were alarmed. None of them were weak, and they trusted each other. This matter was kept secret. The undercurrents were frightening, but they were silent. Once this matter was exposed, it would definitely be impossible to hide. It was destined to shake the world. As they saw it, the marine race's powerful invasion and the fact that they even possessed flying saucers was a good opportunity to build a good relationship with them. These king-level experts set off with smiles on their faces. It was as if they could already see the scene of Chu Feng's head falling to the ground. With the Peacock King and the marine race experts working together, who would dare act presumptuously? On Mount Yunluo, Qian Yu's purple hair was sparkling, and a vertical eye between his brows was faintly discernible. He was trying to contact Heitong to let him know that he could come over. In the end, he couldn't contact Heitong. This caused him to frown slightly. But soon he felt relieved. The dragon-locking pillars had been delivered by the Southern Sea Dragon race, and Heitong had said that he would make good use of them to suppress and kill all the disobedient continental experts. It was likely that Heitong was researching how to block all communication signals within the domain set up by the 4 pillars. Qian Yu gave it some thought and sent a message to Heitong, telling him to come to Mount Yunluo as soon as possible and to wait for Chu Feng to deliver himself to death. On Mount Sanqing, Chu Feng's eyes lit up as he stared at Heitong's communicator. He had guessed many things in the blink of an eye. After killing Heitong, he had found some scattered items in the gaps between his scales. There were some unknown electronic devices and some human communicators. When Qian Yu contacted Heitong, Chu Feng didn't dare pick up for fear of being exposed. But the final message from the other party caused his heart to tremble. "Old man, there's been a change." Chu Feng contacted Lu Tong immediately and told him that Mount Yunluo was a trap. Lu Tong felt quite distressed. Even Heitong was involved? Oh no, the Hollow Jade Temple Master isn't in Jiangxi at the moment. He's fighting with the Golden Crow and has killed his way to another region. The Wudong Grandmaster isn't here either. He's fighting with the Marine race and the 9 Cat Kings. He's also killing his way out of Jiangxi. Lu Tong was drenched in cold sweat. He had originally thought that they were just killing an ordinary beast king. Who would have thought there would be top-notch experts involved? Don't be afraid. I'm a top-notch expert myself. I'll go personally. This time, I'm going to make them explode with anger. Do they think I'm going to throw my life away? I think they're just tired of living. Chu Feng said without the slightest fear. Brat, don't act recklessly. Wait for me to invite an expert and we'll attack together, Lu Tong warned. It's too late. Those people aren't the good kind. They've leaked information to me on purpose. If I don't appear soon, they'll realize something's wrong. Prepare as many firecrackers as possible. Use the most powerful missiles, the kind that can kill a beast king, and the most powerful laser weapons. The more the better. Let that mountain fly high into the sky. I'll hunt down those that escape. Chu Feng said coldly. He was fearless, even though he knew there were people waiting to kill him. In the end, his strength had improved greatly, and he was confident enough. With his current strength, who could stop him even if he couldn't win? 5.5 times the speed of sound was more or less unrivaled. Beast kings have sharp divine instincts. What if they sensed danger ahead of time? Lu Tong was worried. Don't you have me? I'll rush over there and help you solve this problem. Chu Feng said. He felt that if there were a few beast kings, his divine instincts would be enough to block their advance warning. But if there were too many beast kings, there might be a problem. Chu Feng prepared to bury the 4 bronze pillars. They were very mysterious and could interfere with the geomagnetism of the mountains and rivers, affecting one's perception. This would be enough to solve Lu Tong's worries. However, the 4 pillars would have to be spread far apart. Mount Yunluo was not small, which meant that the ghostly labyrinth's power would be limited. But he didn't care anymore. As long as the king-level entities couldn't sense it in advance, it would be fine. Chapter 257. Huff. Chu Feng exhaled a mouthful of air. It was like a white javelin that shot hundreds of meters into the air with a swoosh and nailed itself into the cliff. A black hole appeared there. He felt that he had achieved success in his fist technique. His blood energy was surging, and his spirit was growing stronger. He was tall and not a muscular man, but there was a majestic aura within his body. Every time he circulated his breathing technique, a majestic energy would surge forth and form a phenomenon around him. A few of the 12 true forms immediately appeared. This wasn't just a suppressive aura. It contained true destructive power. As his body moved, the true forms would revolve around him and directly kill his enemies. It's time to go. Chu Feng's body glowed as strands of essence energy flowed out from his pores. This was a sign of abundant energy that was on the verge of exploding. Chu Feng set out. Mount Yunluo was over 2,000 kilometers away, which was nothing to him. If he ran at full speed, he could reach it in less than half an hour. But there was no need for that. He only needed to conserve his energy and travel slowly. Although it was slow, it was still supersonic. It was just that it was far from 5 times the speed of sound. Even so, he arrived in over an hour. Chu Feng's expression was calm. He hadn't exhausted much of his energy. To him, it was nothing as long as he wasn't running at 4 or 5 times the speed of sound. He had traveled over 2,000 kilometers in just over an hour. It would be shocking if news of this got out. Mount Yunluo was surrounded by green pines and emerald cypresses. There were even some inscriptions by famous people from ancient times. The mountain wasn't very tall and couldn't be considered majestic, but it possessed a certain grandeur. The essence of plants was dense and accompanied by flowing springs and waterfalls. The scenery was extremely beautiful. Chu Feng stood 5 kilometers away and gazed at the scene. He had become more cautious after arriving here. There might be experts with 6 severed shackles up there, so he had to treat them seriously. However, he had an advantage. After merging his spiritual and physical energy, other king-level entities wouldn't be able to sense him even if he were to approach. This was especially true after severing his 5th shackle. His strength had grown even more powerful, and it was even more difficult for outsiders to spy on him. Chu Feng had arrived at Mount Yunluo alone. He silently circled around the main peak, making his way through the mountain forest, avoiding all creatures. He was investigating the terrain and preparing to bury the 4 brass pillars to trap and kill the kings. He didn't know how many beast kings there were on the mountain, but he guessed that it wouldn't be a small number. There were definitely peerless experts with 6 severed shackles. After carefully inspecting the terrain, Chu Feng took out a brass pillar from the 3-inch-tall, snow-white bottle. It was as tall as a person, very thick, and carved with many mysterious patterns. He was very satisfied with the pristine jade bottle. With his spatial bottle in hand, it was very convenient to carry this heavy and thick metal object. Without a sound, he buried the first pillar due west. At this time, he was already close to the main peak. He did not want to be too far away, fearing that the effect would be too weak. In the end, Chu Feng buried a brass pillar in each of the 4 directions of the north, south, east, and west. At this moment, the areas seemed to have changed. The mountains and rivers were slightly different. Of course, unless one was like Chu Feng and was personally observing Mount Yunluo, no one else would be able to sense anything. He was sure that the geomagnetic changes in this mountain forest had affected the entire main peak. Can it form a ghostly labyrinth? Chu Feng didn't know. It was enough as long as the Beast Kings couldn't sense it in advance. Like a specter, Chu Feng retreated from the mountain forest and contacted Lu Tong, asking him how his preparations were going. Soon, the time is set for this evening. From now on, there should be no more Mount Yunluo, Lu Tong informed. His voice was calm, but there was a surging, killing intent in it. Very good. Chu Feng nodded. Following that, the two discussed which direction to attack from and where Chu Feng should defend. They had to discuss everything clearly to avoid accidental injuries. Chu Feng specifically pointed out 4 positions that could not be attacked. He was worried that the pillars would be destroyed. Although he felt that the ancient weapons would be able to withstand the attack and should be quite sturdy, he still didn't want to take the risk. Old man, everything is ready. I'm waiting to kill all the Beast Kings. With that, Chu Feng ended the call. Within the mountain forest, the plants were fresh and full of vitality. Chu Feng chose a blue stone and sat cross-legged on it, building up his strength. He knew that there would definitely be experts who would charge out and that he would need to take action at that time. This would be his first battle since his return after surviving the calamity. He was going to unleash a massacre. Lu Tong was making arrangements with great efficiency. Everything was proceeding in full swing. Mount Yunluo was bathed in the scorching afternoon sun. The peak of the mountain was like a golden dome, emitting a faint radiance. The simple and unadorned Taoist temple seemed to be glowing as it bathed in the sunlight. Qianyu was somewhat unhappy. He hadn't expected that so many Beast Kings would come. There were almost 20 of them. Was there really a need to go this far, just to kill a single Chu Feng? He felt that it was making a big fuss over a minor issue. As he saw it, Chu Feng, who had severed 4 shackles, could be killed with a single kick. Qianyu was somewhat dissatisfied with the white-robed Su Qing. He felt that the latter was being too cautious. This was especially true since the white-robed Su Qing had yet to arrive. However, Qianyu changed his mind after seeing the Peacock King arrive in person. Even someone as powerful as him had to admit that this elegant expert was worth befriending. Sir Peacock King. The old badger went up to greet him excitedly. The Peacock King had been delayed for a period of time on his way here. Unexpectedly, the other kings had arrived first. At this time, he was climbing the mountain with a warm smile on his face. He was incomparably handsome and could even be considered a peerless beauty. Just like Qianyu, had a head of purple hair that hung loosely over his chest and back. His eyes were bright and spirited, and his skin was as translucent as jade. He couldn't be considered young in terms of age, but he looked extremely young at the moment. He was only in his 20s. Some of the kings were astonished because the Peacock King was even younger than before. His blood energy was also much more vigorous, and his cultivation had clearly improved. The peacock race was innately powerful after the mutation. Moreover, they were all very handsome in human form. Naturally, the Peacock King was the most outstanding of them all. He was elegant, confident, and his eyes were calm. His face was flawless and even more beautiful than many women. He slowly ascended Mount Yunluo. Qianyu revealed a smile and personally went up to meet the Peacock King. He felt that the Peacock King was simply too outstanding. The blood energy within his body was as vast as the ocean and was even more powerful than his own. Qianyu came from the ocean and had always been conceited. There were very few people who could catch his eye. The white-robed Su-Ching was one of them, but the Peacock King before him was even more so. He was extremely friendly and took the initiative to rope in the Peacock King. As for the other king-level entities, there was no need to mention them. They were all very cautious and didn't dare act presumptuously in front of the peerless Peacock King. This was a peerless hegemon who dared to contest for the pilgrimage grounds. It's just to kill a mere Chu Feng. Everyone has to come all the way here and muster such a large force. This is too kind of him, Qian Yu said, as the vertical eye on his forehead lit up. The other king-level experts wore odd expressions because Qian Yu had been completely indifferent to them before the Peacock King's arrival. The Peacock King was very polite and always had a smile on his face. He didn't look like a fierce man who dared to fight against the human experts at all. With two peerless experts here, we can only join in the fun and be witnesses. Let's wait for Demon King Chu's head to roll on the ground. Ha! With King Qian Yu and the Peacock King here, Chu Feng is indeed nothing. I think the two of you will be able to kill him with a single blow if he really appears. The kings at the scene spoke one after another. This was especially true for those who had participated in the encirclement against Chu Feng. They were all delighted and their hearts couldn't calm down. They truly believed that Chu Feng would be beaten to a pulp once he arrived, and they would be able to heave a sigh of relief. That night, they had witnessed Chu Feng kill 10 beast kings in succession. Everyone who had participated in that battle was apprehensive, afraid that he would one day come to seek revenge. Now, the group of beast kings had gathered once again. This time, they were much more powerful than the last and could easily kill Demon King Chu. So much so that some people were calculating whether they would also be able to obtain a peerless breathing technique after the Peacock King and Qian Yu captured Chu Feng. The setting sun was as red as blood in the evening. Chu Feng opened his eyes and stood up from the limestone. His energy, and spirit had reached their peak. He gazed at Mount Yunluo and muttered to himself, "It's time to begin." It was at this time that his communicator rang. "Light the firecrackers and prepare to watch the fireworks," Lu Tong informed. "Understood." Chu Feng only replied with one word before hanging up. At this time, beams of light interweaved in the sky. It was simply too dazzling. They were like divine rainbows traversing the sky and interweaving lightning bolts. The densely packed lights converged on Mount Yunluo. Chu Feng stood on a high ground with a grim smile on his face. Under the resplendent rays of the setting sun, he was like a demonic god about to unleash a massacre. If the Beast Kings didn't die, they would have to get past him. He had been waiting for a long time to kill the group of Beast Kings. Rumble. The sky fell and the earth cracked. Mount Yunluo directly exploded and then melted. The scene was extremely terrifying. Lasers and missiles rained down at the same time, turning the entire area into a sea of hellish flames. Lava gushed out and then evaporated. This firecracker was a bit too big, but it was enough to shock the world. Without a doubt, the 4 bronze pillars had played a role. Otherwise, the Beast Kings would have long since jumped off the mountain to avoid this resplendent display of fireworks. Chu Feng knew that the life force of the king-level entities was too tenacious. There were bound to be some who managed to break free. With a boom, his heart began to glow. It was as red as the blazing sun and as translucent as a blood diamond. It was extremely dazzling as it provided him with incomparable energy. Chu Feng took a step forward because he saw the first Beast King break free. His entire body was charred black, and his eyes were scarlet red as he charged into the forest. Boom! The air exploded as Chu Feng crossed 1,500 meters with a single step. He cut off that person's path and shouted, "Die! You are Chu Feng." The king-level expert was shocked and furious. How could he not have guessed that all of this was caused by Chu Feng? Chu Feng didn't say anything. His entire body was glowing, especially that palm strike of his. It was like a sun covering the sky, erupting with brilliant light that enveloped both the forest and the man. The king-level entity resisted with all his might. Chapter 258. Chu Feng's palm strike was too sharp. It illuminated the forest like a volcano eruption and immediately blasted the king-level entity apart. The moment he was blasted apart, the king-level entity couldn't believe his eyes. Was this the Demon King Chu with 4 severed shackles? How could he be so terrifying? He couldn't accept it. Even if he had been wounded by firearms, he shouldn't have been so weak. A single palm strike had finished him off. Unfortunately, he didn't have the time to think. His body exploded, and even his spiritual body was engulfed by the brilliant flames and completely dispersed. Just like that, a king-level entity was killed by a single palm strike from Chu Feng. At this time, Chu Feng's entire body was glowing resplendently. His might suppressed the entire forest as if he was standing on a golden sun. He was so dazzling that no one could look directly at him. He was like a deity emitting a blinding radiance. His figure was almost invisible, and only the sacred light was left. Chu Feng didn't bother to conceal himself. He released all of his physical strength and traversed through the forest. With a single step, he covered a distance of 1.5 kilometers, illuminating the world. Roar! With a loud roar, an expert broke free from the sea of flames and jumped down from Mount Yinluo. It was a mountain leopard. It was extremely vigorous and agile. Even though it was covered in blood and had sustained serious injuries, its speed didn't slow down. This was a 25-meter-long beast. It was originally in human form, but in order to increase its speed during its escape, it had transformed into its beast form. It was emitting a bitter, baleful aura. There was a terrifying hole in its chest that had been pierced by a laser beam. It roared furiously. Naturally, it knew that these firearms belonged to humans. How dare they attack a king-level entity like them? Weren't they afraid of retaliation? At the same time, it was also quite apprehensive. Why had its divine instincts failed this time? It actually failed to evade in advance. This was the reason why it could look down on the human race's firearms. Humans, you dare attack us? Do you want to be massacred? I want revenge. The mountain leopard roared, its voice shaking the heaven and earth. However, the next moment, it was shocked to see a divine light surging into the sky from a certain part of the forest. It was as if a great sun had appeared in the sky. It was simply too fast. The mountain leopard's fur stood on end as it turned around to flee. Now was not the time for it to speak ruthlessly and find a way out of this embarrassing situation. It had a premonition that a great terror was about to descend. Its divine instincts had recovered somewhat and returned to normal after leaving Mount Yinluo. The creature it sensed was simply too frightening, causing even a king-level entity like it to tremble in fear. You still want to massacre the city? Then die. These simple words represented a powerful will. A dazzling light swept across the sky, cutting off the path ahead. The mountain leopard was horrified. It was famous for its speed. How many people could compare to it? However, this human who was bathed in divine radiance instantly caught up. It was too frightening. You are. The leopard cried out loudly. Its eyes were wide open, revealing an expression of shock. He recognized Chu Feng because he had participated in the siege that night and was on the verge of death. Who would have thought that the Demon King Chu that they had almost killed was actually so terrifying? One had to know that only a few days had passed, yet the other party seemed to have transformed into a peerless expert. The mountain leopard roared and spat out a beam of light, which slashed forward like a sword. At the same time, it brandished its large claws, erupting with boundless energy as it clashed with Chu Feng. Unfortunately, it was all futile. That figure wrapped in the blazing sun was even more terrifying than a demonic god. He raised his sparkling, snow-white hand and slapped forward. Boom! Just like before, Chu Feng only used a single palm strike. A dazzling light blossomed and covered the entire mountain forest, sending the leopard flying into the air where it exploded. It was simply too powerful. Chu Feng's attack was like the sun in the sky, its divine might unparalleled. How could this be? The moment the mountain leopard's consciousness disappeared, it was greatly alarmed. It could clearly feel that Chu Feng was probably not weaker than the Peacock King. Chu Feng appeared in front of Mount Yinluo in large strides. In other directions, there were still lasers aimed at the area and missiles flying over. The destructive attacks had yet to cease. Comparatively speaking, only his position was relatively calm. If there were truly immortal creatures, they would most likely flee here. As expected, more than one king-level expert escaped from Mount Yinluo. Amidst the roars of beasts and miserable cries of birds, several figures rushed out in quick succession. Ah, humans, how dare you plot against us like this? We won't rest until one of us is dead. All of you deserve to die. You've injured my bones and damaged my essence blood. I'll make you pay 1,000 times, 10,000 times the price to wipe out your entire population. Massacre the city. Kill until you tremble in fear and tremble in fear. Let's see how you'll withstand the wrath of the kings. From today onwards, millions of your people will be wiped out. In just a short period of time, 4 figures rushed out with a swoosh. All of them were roaring furiously. 3 of them were ferocious beast kings. They bared their sharp teeth and let out earth-shattering roars. Another bird king spread its wings and soared into the sky. You want revenge? Chu Feng's voice wasn't loud, but it was clearly transmitted into their ears. It shook their spirit to the point of collapse. Then all of you can die, Chu Feng shouted. The moment he raised his left hand, his palm glowed with incomparably resplendent lightning runes. With a clang, it condensed into a lightning spear that was as cold as metal. He then aimed it at the bird king in the sky to prevent it from escaping. You deserve to die. How dare you plot against us? The bird king roared. It hadn't seen clearly who was within the resplendent ball of light, but it could already sense that this was a terrifying king-level expert. It increased its speed and used all its strength to rush into the sky. At the same time, it released the energy within its body to defend itself. Boom! However, it was already too late. The moment Chu Feng uttered the word die, the bird king had already hurled out the lightning spear. Thunder exploded and the void trembled. No matter how fast this vicious bird was, how could it be faster than lightning? Ah! It cried out loudly. Its claws glowed as it slapped down in an attempt to block the lightning weapon. Puffed. However, it couldn't block the attack. The lightning spear was like a cold weapon. It pierced through its claws and into its body, causing large amounts of king-level blood to splash out. Amidst the bird king's mournful cries, the lightning spear lit up and exploded in the sky. Blood rained down from the sky, along with falling feathers. The bird was dead. The third king-level entity had been killed by Chu Feng. Ah, it's you, Chu Feng. Demon King Chu. One of the beast kings cried out in shock. They had been waiting here to ambush Chu Feng. Who would have thought that the main character had come to kill them? The other 2 beast kings were also terrified. Goosebumps appeared all over their bodies as the fur on their injured bodies stood on end. Kill. Let's attack together and kill him. The 3 beast kings glanced at each other and rushed forward together. They had seen the bird king's tragic death and realized that the lightning spear was simply unsolvable. No one could escape far without being hit. The 3 beast kings rushed over. Among them, the most ferocious was an earthy yellow dog. It was over 20 meters long, and although its fur was dripping with blood, it was also glowing with a golden light. Its large eyes were filled with hatred as it opened its bloody maw, revealing its sword-like teeth that flickered with a cold light. Are you a mutant dog? Chu Feng was somewhat surprised, but he didn't show any mercy. At this time, he walked forward in large strides. The radiance on his body grew even more intense, and his heart was like a blazing sun, providing him with an endless supply of energy. He was bathed in the golden radiance, and all of his pores opened up to communicate with the drifting energy of heaven and earth. The energy blended together and became increasingly resplendent. Ayo! The Dog King was furious. It hated people mentioning its origins. The other 2 Beast Kings also roared and charged over. Each of them unleashed their almost divine abilities, raising huge waves of earth and spewing out lava. "All of you shall die." Chu Feng only uttered these 3 words. Boom! He activated his Xingyi fists, and the surrounding light erupted as several creatures, dragons, tigers, cranes, eagles, appeared and began to revolve around him. The scene was terrifying. This was a strange phenomenon, and also a manifestation of its true power. A beast king charged over quickly. The magma it spat out was completely useless as it was blasted apart by the revolving true forms. Moreover, right at this moment, an eagle spread its wings and a tiger pounced over, pressing it down. "Oh no," it cried out loudly. That was because it discovered that these weren't illusory figures. They were energy bodies formed by the Xingyi 12 true forms. It was tangled up by the eagle and tiger forms and torn apart by the other true forms. The revolving Xingyi true forms had strangled it to death. Bang! At the same time, Chu Feng brandished his fist. The Xingyi crane form floated gracefully in the air, but it was also extremely fierce when it needed to be. He was like an immortal crane soaring into the sky as he punched at another pouncing beast, sending it flying and exploding into pieces in the distance. The Dog King had personally witnessed the deaths of 2 powerful experts. All of its ferocity was extinguished, and it wanted nothing more than to tuck its tail between its legs and run away. It simply couldn't believe that this person who had been surrounded and attacked by them had suddenly become so terrifying. Without any suspense, the moment Chu Feng landed on the ground, he swung his right leg with all his might. His leg was like a golden snake dancing with lightning as it landed on the Dog King's body. The Dog King's tendons and bones were immediately broken, and it was sent flying. Its huge body rapidly disintegrated before it could even let out a scream. In just a short period of time, Chu Feng had killed 2 king-level experts in succession. The light on his body became increasingly resplendent, and he was like a god of war who had returned from the primordial era. Bathed in the blood of a king, he was invincible. Mount Yinluo had been destroyed, and there would no longer be such a mountain in this world. Chu Feng stared ahead. He didn't believe that the other kings had lost their lives because several terrifying auras were spreading out from the forest at the foot of the mountain. The truly powerful kings weren't in a hurry to flee after escaping from the mountain. Instead, they were hiding within the forest. Chu Feng. A furious roar rang out as a man with a head full of purple hair walked out. There was a vertical eye on his forehead, and his body was drenched in blood. He had only suffered light injuries, but he was also extremely angry. Qian Yu appeared with several other kings behind him, all of them looking ashen. The young marine race expert Qian Yu was the most furious. He had been overseeing this place, waiting for Chu Feng to come to his death. But in the end, it was them who had either died or been injured. "Chu Feng, you deserve to die," Qian Yu roared. Another person walked out from behind him. He was extremely handsome, but half of his body was drenched in blood. It was the Peacock King, and his eyes were cold. This was completely out of Chu Feng's expectations. The peerless Peacock King was actually here. Chapter 259. Although Chu Feng was standing amidst the resplendent ball of light and seemed to be enveloped by a great sun, he was also surging with killing intent. His words were cold and unafraid, even against a group of beast kings. He wanted to kill all of them. Aha! Qian Yu was so angry that he began to laugh out loud. This human, whom he had originally wanted to slap to death with a single slap, was now planning to kill them. This caused his eyes to turn cold. This was especially true when he thought about how all his efforts had been for naught. In the end, they had suffered disastrous losses and had been bombarded with thermal weapons. This truly infuriated him. "Chu Feng, you won't be able to atone for your crimes, even if you die 100 times. My flying saucer was destroyed on Mount Longhu because of you, and now you even dare to use laser weapons to harm me. You won't live." Qian Yu roared loudly and released a terrifying killing intent. Sand and stones immediately flew everywhere, and many ancient trees were uprooted. They were all stirred up by the energy he released. It was as if a domain had been formed around him, and thousands of kilograms of rocks appeared in his surroundings, rising and falling along with his heavy breathing. "It's you." Chu Feng was immediately enraged. He had seen the three-eyed marine race expert with a white-robed Su Qing, but didn't know that the latter was the owner of the flying saucer. Chu Feng would have attacked long ago if he had known the identity of the three-eyed marine race expert the last time he was with the white-robed man. There was no way he would have allowed him to live until now. Chu Feng had no enmity with the other party, but in the end, he had been chased by the flying saucer on Mount Longhu and almost died there. In the end, the two oxen were also gravely injured. This kind of person had once used a flying saucer to kill him, and now he was planning to ambush and kill him. This was simply intolerable. Chu Feng's eyes were frosty, and his heart was burning with fury. It was clearly the other party who had wanted to kill him first. But in the end, he felt that he was the victim and was acting so insolently. "Three-eyed thief, come here and accept your death," Chu Feng roared. The vertical eye on Qian Yu's forehead shot out an astonishing beam of light after hearing these words. It emitted terrifying fluctuations as it opened and closed, causing everyone's hearts to palpitate. His body was stained with blood, and there were wounds on his arms and legs, but it wasn't a big problem. Fortunately, he hadn't suffered any serious injuries. "Peacock King, let's kill him." Qian Yu turned back and gazed at the #1 expert of the peacock race. He hated Chu Feng to the core, but he also sensed that the other party was very powerful. It was different from what he had imagined, and it was difficult to kill him with a single slap. He wanted to join hands with the Peacock King. The other kings in the vicinity were also tempted. Chu Feng's tyrannical aura had reached the heavens. If Qian Yu and the Peacock King were to join forces, they would be able to kill him in no time. At this moment, half of the Peacock King's body was covered in blood. He was very unlucky to have been pierced through the right side of his chest by a laser beam. If it was anyone else, they would have been melted. The laser weapons that Lu Tong used this time were shockingly powerful. They were not something that the flesh and blood could withstand. Even a peerless expert would not be able to withstand it. Not long ago, on Mount Yinluo, everyone's divine instincts had failed. They were unable to sense danger in advance because of the dragon-locking pillars at the foot of the mountain. No one had sensed it in advance. When the beams filled the sky, it wasn't a matter of who could evade them. Luck played a large part in who would emerge unscathed. Although the Peacock King was badly injured, he was still calm. His purple hair was stained with blood, but his face was beautiful and flawless. His eyes were deep and abstruse. He was not angry and only gazed calmly at Chu Feng. At this time, he indeed wanted to attack and kill that young man, but he also knew that he wasn't in peak condition. Moreover, this place was too strange, and his divine instincts had actually failed. Hence, he didn't act rashly. "Chu Feng, I came all the way south to kill you because of you. Who would have thought you'd grow to this stage? You're really fast." The Peacock King spoke without any concealment and spoke his mind coldly. "Peacock King." Chu Feng also stared at him. This so-called peerless Peacock King had indeed given him a great deal of pressure in the past, but he wasn't afraid today. "Come and fight, I'll kill you," Chu Feng shouted. It could be said that the war in Jiangxi was closely related to the Peacock King. He was the one who had commanded the various kings to initiate this series of battles. "Peacock King, please kill him." A man clad in armor stood out from the forest and requested the Peacock King and Qian Yu to attack together and kill Chu Feng. At this moment, Chu Feng's eyes immediately became sharp. He had been staring at the other party all this time and had long since noticed that it was actually a human king colluding with the beast race to kill him. Moreover, he had already recognized that this human king was one of the kings who had besieged him that night. Who would have thought that he would also come today? There's one more. Chu Feng's eyes became increasingly cold. There was another human king at the very back, and this caused the killing intent on his face to become even more intense. It was one thing for the beast race to be at odds with him, but now there were actually two human kings who had come to collude with him to kill him. Just who were these two corporate powers? Chu Feng's killing intent surged. I'm not feeling well today, so I won't fight with you." Who would have thought that the Peacock King would speak in such a manner? His eyes were deep and his countenance was without a ripple. He was extremely calm as he spoke these words naturally. "You've already come here to ambush me, yet you still think you can escape unscathed?" Chu Feng said coldly. In truth, he was gathering all the energy in his body and preparing to launch an explosive attack. He had no fear, even if there were 2 top-grade experts with 6 severed shackles. This is an extremely rare opportunity. Peacock King, you shouldn't retreat. You should attack and kill him. It was still the armored human king who advised the Peacock King. The human king at the very back nodded in agreement. That's right, his growth is too fast. He's already comparable to a king with 6 severed shackles. Who will be able to suppress him in the future? He must have a peerless breathing technique on him. Peacock King, please reconsider. You should take advantage of this opportunity to capture him. This caused Chu Feng's killing intent to soar. The beams of cold light shot out from his eyes, and the golden radiance around his body became even more resplendent. The 2 human kings were both clad in metallic armor. Even their faces were covered by helmets, revealing only their eyes. It was difficult to discern their true appearances. Hiding in the shadows, none of you will be able to escape. Die. Chu Feng glared at them. Chu Feng, how can I allow you to act so viciously in front of me? I won't tolerate your impudence. Qian Yu spoke with a frosty tone and a sinister gaze. He could tell that the Peacock King didn't want to participate in the battle after his injuries. As an expert of the marine race, he was confident that he could kill Chu Feng. There was no need for him to ask the Peacock King for help. "Yes, let's take advantage of this opportunity to kill him," one of the human kings said. "Kill," the Turtle Dove King spoke. At this time, apart from the Peacock King, Qian Yu, and the 2 humans, there were 4 other beast race experts. "I'll kill all of you." It was at this time that Chu Feng finally moved. That was because he had been circulating his breathing technique all this time and had mobilized the most vigorous energy. He was now at his peak state and was about to launch a powerful attack. Additionally, he was holding the violet gold lightning hammer in his left hand. He didn't conceal it at all and attacked with terrifying killing intent. Chi, a scarlet flying knife, was also shot out and hovered above his head. Chu Feng had taken the initiative to attack the 8 experts on his own, especially the Peacock King. If news of this were spread, it would be extremely shocking. Who would dare be so arrogant and domineering? Who would be able to face 8 experts on his own? Moreover, there were 2 peerless kings among them. Boom! The lightning exploded and rumbled forward. A bolt of incomparably resplendent lightning flew out from the violet gold lightning hammer and struck toward the 3-eyed marine race expert. Qian Yu's eyes were cold. The other party had used lightning to attack him just to force him to retreat. At this time, Chu Feng took a step forward and broke through the sound barrier. His target was the Peacock King, erupting with blinding light beams akin to a golden volcano eruption. Boom! The sky shook and the earth quaked as the void exploded. It was only 1,000 meters, but Chu Feng had already arrived at the Peacock King with a raised fist. "Everyone, let's kill him together." The 2 human kings were still the most proactive. The beast race experts acted decisively after hearing these words. However, Qian Yu didn't move at this time because he wanted to see if the Peacock King would take action. Boom! The Peacock King was quite decisive. He stomped on the ground and shot up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he had risen hundreds of meters and was still going up. Chu Feng leapt up at almost the same time and pounced toward the sky. On the ground, the 2 human kings and 4 beast race experts all took action. They activated terrifying beams of energy to bombard Chu Feng in the air. But it was already too late. Chu Feng had soared 800 meters into the air and was about to clash head-on with the Peacock King. Moreover, he didn't hold back at all. He swung the violet gold lightning hammer at the Peacock King with terrifying lightning radiance. Clang! A palm-sized bronze mirror appeared in the Peacock King's hand. It was rather simple and unadorned, and it easily blocked the violet gold lightning hammer. A portion of the lightning was actually blocked by the ancient mirror while the rest was absorbed by it, allowing it to blossom with divine light. This was quite bizarre. How could a metal mirror dissolve the lightning? Chu Feng knew that this was a magical weapon capable of resisting the violet gold lightning hammer. Such an item was extremely rare, but the Peacock King actually had one in his possession. Boom! The two's fists intersected without holding anything back. A great explosion erupted in the air as they rapidly collided. Boom! In the end, the Peacock King spread his wings and transformed into his true form. As Chu Feng was falling, the Peacock King shot through the air. Feathers fell from the sky along with a sprinkle of blood. That was the Peacock King's blood. It had been heavily injured by the laser weapon earlier and had a large hole in its chest. Just now, the collision with Chu Feng had caused the wound to open up again. The Peacock King left without saying a single word. It spread its wings and flew away. This was beyond everyone's expectations. The kings on the ground all felt extremely uneasy. Chi! Laser beams interweaved and shot toward the Peacock King in the distance. However, it had evaded in advance because its divine instinct had returned after leaving the range of the dragon-locking pillars. So what if he's gone? No big deal, I'll kill him. The three-eyed marine race expert Qian, you said coldly. Boom! At this time, Chu Feng descended at an extremely fast speed and smashed into the ground, causing the earth to crack. The moment Chu Feng landed, he didn't kill the three-eyed marine race expert first. Instead, he locked onto the two human kings and charged over. How dare you behave so atrociously in front of me? Qian Yu shouted and rushed forward to block him. Scram! Who do you think you are? Do you think you can stop me from killing whoever I want? Chu Feng roared as his entire body erupted with radiance as he raised his fist to attack. Thump! Dazzling lights flashed as the two experts clashed. Chu Feng rushed past them and killed his way towards the two human kings. Qian Yu's expression was ashen as he shouted, You dare? The two human kings turned around and fled in different directions. Boom! Chu Feng brandished his violet lightning hammer and shot out a terrifying beam of light. It struck one of the human kings and sent him flying with electricity all over his body. The next moment, Chu Feng rushed over and smashed the lower half of the man's body into smithereens. The scarlet flying knife circling around his body slashed down and severed the man's arms. Chu Feng didn't take his life and left him alive. At the same time, he ensured that he couldn't move or escape. He was prepared to find out which corporation he came from after the battle. Boom! Chu Feng charged in a different direction and chased after the other human king. He dealt a heavy blow and severed half of his body, making it impossible for him to escape. During this process, the two human kings tried to resist, but to no avail. They were far from being Chu Feng's match and collapsed in a pool of blood. You dare! Qian Yu roared. He was furious because Chu Feng had crippled the two people Qian Yu wanted to protect within a short period of time. Why wouldn't I dare? It's your turn now. Chu Feng turned back and punched the three-eyed marine race expert. You can't even protect yourself, yet you still dare speak such nonsense. I'll kill you today. Chapter 260. You dare touch someone I want to protect? You're courting death. The three-eyed marine race expert Qian Yu's eyes were ice cold. The vertical eye on his forehead opened and closed as if a dormant dragon was about to come into being. It emitted a terrifying aura. Just two human scum. I've already crippled them. What can you do? Besides, who do you think you are? Chu Feng immediately charged over. His fist blossomed with golden radiance, causing the air to tremble and the forest to explode. The energy fluctuations were simply too terrifying. Additionally, his body was also glowing. All 36,000 pores on his body were gushing with golden radiance. At this moment, he was like a dazzling golden sun traversing the sky. The young marine race expert Qian Yu, on the other hand, didn't dodge at all. You should have been able to kill a bug with a single slap, but I was careless and allowed you to gain the upper hand. You're actually able to threaten a peerless expert with 6 severed shackles. Today, I must kill you even if I have to exhaust all my strength. Qian Yu's voice was gloomy as he suddenly raised his head. His long purple hair danced in the wind, and his exceptionally handsome countenance was suffused with a dense, killing intent. His eyes were bone-piercingly cold, and the vertical eye between his brows was flickering with divine radiance. His body stood tall and straight as he took a step forward. The forest behind him seemed to have shrunk to an inch as he arrived in the blink of an eye to meet the human he had previously looked down on. But now, he had no choice but to pay attention. Boom! This was the most direct of fists. The two made no attempt to evade as they clashed head-on to see who was stronger and who was weaker. At this moment, it was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. The entire mountainous region collapsed as blinding beams of light shot out. An incomparably terrifying energy engulfed the entire mountainous forest. Weeds, ancient trees, and giant rocks were all melted into ashes like snow encountering an erupting volcano. Thump, thump, thump. Within a single breath, the two experts had fought fiercely and collided hundreds of times. This could be considered a showdown between the strongest. Chu Feng's Xingyi crane form was swift and fierce. His entire body was glowing with resplendent radiance, making him look like a proud divine crane soaring through the world. His attacks were terrifying as he extended his arms. Chi! Like a white crane unfolding its wings, Chu Feng's arms erupted with a blazing radiance. His arms were like blades accompanied by a chilly radiance and almost struck Qian Yu's neck. However, this strike had cut off a lock of purple hair, and it fluttered along with the astral winds, scattering down from the sky. However, before it could land on the ground, it was shredded by the energy, scattering away like flying ash. Qian Yu was astonished. This human was truly troublesome. His physical fist arts were extremely terrifying, and he had actually reached such a level. He was definitely a great enemy. What shocked him the most was that the other party was only at the 5th severed shackle. He could feel 5 small, sun-like energy sources glowing within his body. Logically speaking, this human should be 1 level weaker than him, but in reality, he was a match for him. Chu Feng's movement technique changed. It was no longer graceful, but ferocious and berserk. It was as if an ancient ferocious tiger had been born, incomparably violent. The radiance on his body became increasingly dazzling as he attacked at lightning speed. His hands formed a tiger seal as he pounced forward with extreme speed. He didn't roar, but his body itself was accompanied by the roar of a tiger. This was the Xingyi tiger form. As he stretched out his limbs and bones, the aura of an ancient ferocious tiger erupted naturally. One could see a strange phenomenon appearing behind him. A ferocious black tiger was leaping through the starry skies with the intent of extinguishing the river of stars. Boom! An extremely powerful force accompanied Chu Feng's pouncing attack, causing the three-eyed marine race expert's heart to palpitate. He staggered back and chose to evade Chu Feng's tyrannical attack. You've really become quite powerful. If I'd known earlier, I wouldn't have asked the injured Hei Tong to kill you last time. I would have pulled out your tendons and skinned you directly, Qian Yu said coldly. The more he thought about it, the more regretful he became. He should have acted immediately and killed this human. Chu Feng's expression sank after hearing this. This infuriated him. He had been chased by the other party's flying saucer for no reason, and then ambushed by Hei Tong. Both times he had almost died. This three-eyed marine race expert was still bringing up old matters with a resentful expression. This truly infuriated Chu Feng. Three-eyed freak, are you trying to remind me? You're courting death for offending me time and time again. Chu Feng roared. Crackling sounds rang out incessantly as his spine erupted with majestic energy fluctuations. It was as if a true dragon was slumbering there. His Xingyi dragon form appeared, and his spine was the key to unleashing his power. The awakening of the dormant dragon caused his physical strength to rise explosively. Chu Feng's spine was in the form of a dragon, and his hands formed a tiger seal. He became increasingly berserk and emitted a dangerous aura. Boom! Divine light erupted from his spine and flowed toward his left hand, transforming into a dragon's head and releasing a terrifying aura. His right hand and the rest of his body were still in the Xingyi tiger form. The dragon and tiger forms appeared at the same time in incomparable harmony. His mouth didn't make any sound, but his body was roaring. The dragon's roar and tiger's roar shook the entire mountain ridge. This was one of the ultimate moves of the Xingyi 12 true forms. Dragon and tiger contend for hegemony. Bang, bang, bang. Chu Feng's left hand's dragon seal and right hand's tiger seal slammed out in succession. The scene was fairly terrifying as divine light surged. One could actually see a true dragon charging out from his left hand and a primordial tiger leaping out from his right. The two were competing with each other as they charged forward. The heaven and earth shook violently from the terrifying energy. In the surroundings, several tens of thousands of kilograms of boulders flew high into the sky and exploded. Qianyu met the attack with his palms, but was forced into a passive position. He staggered back and eventually coughed up a mouthful of dark red blood. He had been injured and was completely suppressed by the dragon and tiger contend for hegemony. He was drowned in the blazing radiance as the dragon and tiger pounced on him continuously. Bang! In the end, he was even sent flying through the mountain forest. Chu Feng gave chase. He stomped on the ground and soared into the air, covering a distance of 500 meters in an instant. He chased after the marine race expert and raised his fist to attack once again. I've tolerated you for too long. The one who should die is you, Qianyu said coldly. Swoosh! The vertical eye on his forehead opened and shot out a radiance so bright that even the sun and moon would pale in comparison. It was bright red with a hint of violet energy and boundless killing intent as it flew toward Chu Feng. The distance was too close, and you couldn't quite guard against it. With a puff, Chu Feng's shoulder began to bleed, and a terrifying wound appeared on his shoulder. Humph! With a cold snort, Chu Feng's body circulated with golden radiance and erupted with a vortex of energy to block the purple radiance. Die! Qianyu roared loudly. As his forehead opened and closed, beams of divine radiance shot out in quick succession. They were unstoppable and possessed terrifying offensive power. Bang! The two of them fought their way to a short mountain nearby. While Chu Feng was dodging, the short mountain behind him was struck by the divine radiance. It was first pierced through, and then the mountaintop exploded. This was somewhat frightening. Finally, Chu Feng failed to evade. A beam of scarlet light with a hint of violet shot out from the other party's vertical eye and pierced through the flesh on his arm, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Your time of death has come, Qianyu roared. You really talk a lot of nonsense. Chu Feng mocked. His arm trembled slightly, but not much blood flowed out. The wound quickly closed and healed. This is... The three-eyed marine race expert's pupils constricted. What kind of ability was this? The speed of recovery was so fast that it made his heart palpitate. After severing the fifth shackle, Chu Feng's blood energy surged and his strength increased explosively. He had also obtained a rare and terrifying regenerative ability. The three-eyed man went berserk. His forehead flickered continuously as beams of light shot out one after another. They were simply too fast and pierced through Chu Feng's body in two more places. Fresh blood gushed out from the holes. However, the next moment, the wounds began to wriggle, close, and regenerate rapidly. This was fairly astonishing. One had to know that the beam of light that shot out from the three-eyed marine race expert's forehead was enough to blast apart a small mountain, causing it to fall apart into pieces. However, Chu Feng's body was actually able to endure it. Even so, Chu Feng couldn't help but sigh. The three-eyed marine race expert was indeed excessively powerful. He was even more powerful than Heitung. I won't give you any chances. I'll kill you today. Qianyu roared. His violet hair danced in the wind as his aura became increasingly oppressive. Do you really think you're invincible? Chu Feng laughed coldly. I only want to borrow your strength to sharpen my fist arts. Boom. The next moment, he raised his left hand. He didn't use the violet hammer and only relied on the glow of his palm to unleash a bolt of lightning towards Qianyu. Just like the other party's beam, this kind of attack was extremely fast and difficult to evade. Crack! Qianyu staggered after being struck by the interweaving bolts of lightning. His shoulder was charred black, but his furious hair danced in the wind as he said coldly, "Insect, I'll definitely not let you grow." Chu Feng wasn't angry at all. On the contrary, he ridiculed, "You deformed three-eyed. You have the nerve to call others insects. You've only evolved not too long ago. Who knows what you were before?" During this process, he hacked out several bolts of lightning in succession. This was Mount Longhu's demon subduing art, which had fused with his own special ability. What do you know? We're a divine race that has existed since ancient times. You lowly beings just don't know. The three-eyed man's vertical eye lit up and blocked the lightning with a scarlet divine radiance. A bitter aura erupted midair as the two attacks collided. Boom! Chu Feng's Xingyi fist was becoming increasingly terrifying. He wanted to borrow the enemy's strength to push his own fist arts to the next level. He no longer used lightning. Instead, dragon, tiger, eagle, crane, and bear forms appeared around him. They were all vivid and lifelike energy forms. The 5 true forms revolve around him faster and faster. They actually transformed into a screen of energy that covered him like a huge bell. Outside his body, the cries of dragons and tigers, the cries of eagles and cranes, as well as the roar of a giant bear. They were all produced automatically when a Xingyi fist was used. Chi, chi, chi. The three-eyed man brandished his fists while shooting out beams of light from between his eyebrows. He wanted to kill Chu Feng with even greater ferocity than before. At this moment, something unexpected happened. All the scarlet beams of light were blocked. The 5 true forms revolve around Chu Feng's body and transformed into an energy bell that enveloped him. It actually gave off a feeling of invincibility. Chu Feng himself was astonished. He had been fumbling around and comprehending alone. Only just now did he realize that this fist intent could actually form energy similar to the golden bell. And this was only the appearance of 5 true forms. If he had the ability to display all 12 true forms, how terrifying would that be? Perhaps the true, unbreakable Vajra realm would become a reality. Dang, dang, dang. The three-eyed marine race expert brandished his fists in succession and shot out scarlet beams from between his eyebrows. But none of them could penetrate the bell, resulting in loud rumbles. He was incomparably astonished. How come you also know this art? You've also obtained the Xingyi inheritance? At first, he had thought that Chu Feng had only grasped a few true forms of the Xingyi fist and didn't think too much about it. But now, he was shaken to the core. This was definitely an ancient art. Wasn't the Xingyi inheritor the white-robed Su Qing? How come this person knew it too? Interesting, the Xingyi fist is hiding so many secrets. Chu Feng laughed loudly. Even he himself hadn't expected that the Xingyi fist would form an indestructible golden bell after reaching a certain level. Boom! The golden bell transformed as he brandished his fists. The 5 true forms erupted with his fists and shot forward. The faint sound of the bell was like a great bell, deafening even the deaf and enlightening. The three-eyed marine race expert, Qianyu, spat out a mouthful of blood from Chu Feng's punch. The sound of his bones breaking echoed throughout his body as he was sent flying. Chapter 261. Clang. Chu Feng took a step forward and covered a distance of 1 kilometer with a single leap. He was enveloped by the golden bell, which actually emitted a drawn-out chime. The scene was quite astonishing. Qianyu was sent flying with blood all over his mouth. It looked like he was about to be caught up. Chu Feng let out a light snort. Accompanied by a terrifying fist seal, he blasted forward again and again. Boom! Divine light surged up and down like a golden ocean. Accompanied by Chu Feng's fist, the 5 engraved creatures on the golden bell flew out once again and dived forward. Dragon, tiger, eagle, crane, and bear forms appeared at the same time. Some were golden, some were black, and some were snowy white. The scene was extremely terrifying. Bang! Qianyu was once again sent flying with blood splattering everywhere. This time, he flew 1,000 meters and a full 1 kilometer before crashing into a mountain peak with a bang. The entire place was smashed into pieces and filled with smoke and dust. Insect, you've angered me. Do you really think I'm not your match? Qianyu roared. His purple hair danced in the wind as violet mist rose from his body. Who do you think you are? You're just a 3-eyed freak. Don't tell me you evolved from a trilobite fossil. Chu Feng laughed loudly and ridiculed. The more he looked at this 3-eyed marine race expert, the more he disliked him. He actually dared to call him an insect? Did he really think his bloodline was that noble? Boom! Qianyu's body erupted with violet light and shot into the sky. His body crackled continuously as a tail extended from his back like that of a flood dragon. Additionally, his body expanded rapidly until he was 3 meters tall. His handsome face had disappeared, and his entire body was covered in dense scales flickering with violet light. He was still in human form, but his body was now covered in scales, including his face. Moreover, he had an extra tail. I'm a descendant of the divine race of the Atlantis. There's nothing wrong with calling you an insect. You're nothing when my race was at its peak. Qianyu roared. He had an innate sense of superiority. Although he had suffered a great loss, he was still quite conceited. The sunken Atlantis? The legendary Atlantis is filled with people like you? I don't believe it. That's right. You said that you were a descendant, so your ancestors must have intermarried with other races. Let me guess, with the flood serpent? How unsightly. You're neither a human nor a ghost, yet you call yourself a god. I think you're more like an insect. You might as well call yourself an insect in the future. Chu Feng taunted. You're courting death. Qianyu, whose entire body was covered in scales, let out a loud roar. The vertical eye between his brows shone even more intensely and turned into a beam of purple light as it shot over. Clang! Such a light beam flew over and almost pierced through the golden bell outside Chu Feng's body. It still won't work, Chu Feng said. He took a step forward, looking more and more like a god. The golden bell rumbled, accompanied by blood qi. This was the energy bell body that he had transformed from practicing the Xingyi fist. Right now, he was even more brilliant than the great sun. Radiance shot out in all directions as he pressed forward. Boom! The next moment, Qianyu's aura became even stronger. That was because his back had swelled up to reveal a pair of densely covered wings. You're becoming more and more unsightly. Calling you an insect is an injustice. Most importantly, how can you maintain your human form after so many transformations? How can you make me eat you? Go to hell. Chu Feng was furious. He turned into a beam of blinding light as he soared into the air and pounced forward. His fist intense surged into the sky and was boundlessly terrifying. The great bell rumbled and shook the entire mountain ridge. Qianyu was truly infuriated. The other party's mouth was simply too poisonous. Moreover, the human was inexplicably angry just because he was in human form and couldn't be eaten. He was immediately infuriated. Chu Feng, I'll skin you alive. Qianyu turned into a beam of purple light and flapped his wings as he charged over. Boom! This time, they went all out and collided together, erupting with blinding light. With a loud clang, the golden bell formed from the Xingyi fists actually began to crack and shatter for the first time. With a ripping sound, the side of Chu Feng's neck was torn open by a beam of light shot out from the other party's forehead. Blood gushed out from the wound. It was an extremely dangerous one. However, he possessed astonishing regenerative abilities. Bang! At the same time, Chu Feng's fist landed on Qianyu's body. This time, the impact caused his sternum to cave in, and the sound of bones cracking was quite obvious. He he was sent flying backward. Both of them were injured and drenched in blood. Oh, you want to escape? At this time, Chu Feng saw that the distant turtle dove had actually spread its wings and was about to take to the skies. He had been paying attention to the Beast Kings all this time and would kill whoever dared to make a move. In truth, the beast race experts wanted nothing more than for Chu Feng to die immediately. They wanted to charge forward and kill him, but they didn't want to throw away their lives in vain after realizing that the disparity was too great. There were also Beast Kings who wanted to escape, such as the Turtle Dove King. However, they didn't dare to move because they were quite apprehensive of Chu Feng. They were afraid that he would suddenly throw out his lightning spear and kill them. A bird king had died in such a miserable manner just now. However, the Turtle Dove King finally dared to move after Chu Feng was a kilometer away from the marine race experts. It wanted to escape to a safe area first before deciding what to do next. However, it had underestimated Chu Feng's divine instincts. Chu Feng's divine instincts had been locked onto them from the very beginning. If it were to move recklessly, it would immediately reveal its killing intent. Boom! The air exploded as Chu Feng raised his speed to the limit. 5.5 times the speed of sound was simply too terrifying. A kilometer or two was nothing to him. This was especially true since there were many mountain peaks here. Chu Feng ran madly in pursuit. His entire body climbed up a precipice, and, with a sudden leap, he shot into the sky. Kill! Chu Feng's soft shout caused the Turtle Dove King's heart to flutter and his head to spin. He almost fell head first to the ground. You dare! Qian Yu shouted from behind. He was in hot pursuit, flapping his wings with all his might in an attempt to stop Chu Feng. However, even if he used all his strength, he still couldn't catch up to him in terms of speed. Even if he had wings, he still couldn't catch up. The Turtle Dove King was scared out of his wits because Chu Feng didn't even use lightning. Instead, he shot into the sky, just like that. Not taking into account the height of the mountain, Chu Feng leapt 1,000 meters into the air and caught up in the blink of an eye. This was truly shocking. Thump! Chu Feng's fist burst forth with golden light. Everything within a 100-meter radius was illuminated by a blazing beam of light. That fist was incomparably terrifying. Puffed! The Turtle Dove King was blasted into pieces and died a miserable death. His feathers fell and his blood rained down on the ground. The 3 Beast Kings were all horrified and their hearts sank. Even a flying bird king like the Turtle Dove King couldn't escape. How could they possibly escape after being blasted apart by a human fist? Now, they could only place their hopes on Qian Yu and hope that he could win. Otherwise, Demon King Chu was simply too ferocious. Qian Yu was extremely furious. Chu Feng had once again killed someone right under his nose, and he couldn't stop him. Chu Feng fell to the ground with a boom, his feet crushing a mountain peak. His whole body was covered in light as he looked down at the 3-eyed marine race expert. Do you think you can stop me if I want to kill someone? You've challenged my bottom line time and time again. I'll kill you without mercy. Qian Yu roared. Who the hell do you think you are? Challenging your bottom line? Do you really think you're some big shot? I'll kill the others as well. Let's see what you can do about it. Chu Feng shouted. With a boom, he pounced down from the mountain peak and dived towards the other 3 Beast Kings. I'll kill you. Qian Yu felt greatly humiliated. He flapped his wings and began to block the incoming attack. Within the mountain forest, the 3 Beast Kings felt their hearts tremble. They felt that things weren't looking good. Let's attack together and help Qian Yu kill him. The Sheep King said. He was now in human form, but the curved horns on his head were still there like broadswords. Kill him, the other 2 kings shouted. Thump! In the air, Chu Feng exchanged a blow with Qian Yu and sent the latter flying. He then fell to the ground with a loud boom and charged towards the 3 kings. The Sheep King roared and charged over. However, he was shocked to find that the other 2 kings were retreating and fleeing for their lives. Chu Feng took a step forward, and the world seemed to be spinning around him. Due to his extreme speed, a kilometer or 2 was a matter of 2 steps for him. At this time, he was suffused with a terrifying divine might. His body was so resplendent that it was difficult to look directly at him. He was like a deity with peerless divine might. With a boom, he slapped the Sheep King with an unstoppable energy akin to a breaching dam. "Marine Race King, please save me!" The Sheep King cried out in alarm and tried to resist with all his might. Scram! Qianyu roared at Chu Feng as he swooped down from the sky to kill him. But there was simply no way to stop him. Chu Feng was like a deity as divine light surged within a 100-meter radius. With a puff, he blasted the Sheep King apart with a single palm strike. Who else could stand up to Chu Feng at this point apart from peak experts with 6 severed shackles? There was simply no way to block his terrifying attack. It was as though a deity had descended to the mortal world. Chu Feng pushed Qianyu away and said with a cold smile, "I'm going to kill the third person now. Come and stop me." With a boom, he broke through the sound barrier and chased after the Sheep King. He crossed a kilometer in the air and was about to launch another killing blow. Qianyu's face was ashen as the vertical eye on his forehead lit up. He attacked from behind, but to no avail. Boom! Light erupted once again from within the forest, and the area within a 100-meter radius became extremely blinding. All the vegetation and boulders were blasted apart and turned into fine powder. At the same time, a miserable cry rang out as the third person was killed. "There's only one left. I'm going to kill him. Can you stop me?" Chu Feng turned back with a disdainful expression. Qianyu roared. He had flown into a rage out of humiliation. He had attacked several times, but couldn't even protect a single person. Being ridiculed by the other party infuriated him. "You can't stop me," Chu Feng said coldly. Qianyu roared and charged over in a frenzy. However, this time, Chu Feng didn't chase after him. Instead, he suddenly turned around and launched an attack. This was an intense battle. Chu Feng went all out and even used his flying knife. Puffed. After several collisions, he used his flying knife to chop off one of Qianyu's wings. "Now I don't have to worry about you flying away. I'll go kill the fourth person first." Chu Feng's words were disrespectful as he laughed loudly. Qianyu was about to explode from anger. Was he really no match? Even one of his wings had been chopped off. This made him furious. This time, Chu Feng sprinted madly. The four-person was a bit far away, but it wasn't a big deal for him. He caught up before long. There was no suspense in the outcome. The forest exploded and beast blood splattered everywhere. The fourth Beast King had been killed. "You didn't run away. What a surprise." Chu Feng returned and glanced at the marine race expert with a mocking expression. Qianyu had indeed thought of retreating, but he realized that he had missed the best opportunity to escape after his wing had been chopped off. Run? The divine race has never had a coward. Do you think you've won for sure? Insect, hand over your life. Qianyu let out a long howl as his purple hair began to emit a faint golden radiance. The scales on his body disappeared, and his skin became almost transparent. A few drops of golden blood erupted from his chest and gushed out. They began to burn throughout his body. Within moments, his entire body was suffused with a faint golden luster. Divine blood awakened. He roared loudly and charged toward Chu Feng. Boom! This was an earth-shattering battle. The forest was destroyed and mountaintops were blasted apart. The destructive power of the two was frighteningly terrifying. Qianyu was infuriated and cut off all means of retreat. He didn't hesitate to use up the few drops of golden blood he had inherited from the Atlantis in order to fight against Chu Feng. Thank you for allowing my fist technique to advance to the next level. You've accomplished your mission. You can go on your way, Chu Feng said. At this time, his aura erupted and his fist intent surged to the skies. A true form appeared outside his body, a peerless heavenly steed trampling through the starry skies. In the blink of an eye, the dragon, tiger, eagle, crane, bear, and horse forms began to revolve around him, forming a golden curtain of light which then transformed into a great bell. The 6 creatures were carved into the walls of the bell. Its lingering sound was boundlessly terrifying and could protect one's body from being destroyed. Qianyu was both shocked and furious at the same time. he discovered that he could no longer penetrate the golden bell. With the addition of the true form, Chu Feng seemed to have cultivated an indestructible body and was unshakable. "Go on your way," Chu Feng shouted. With a boom, he struck out with his fist. The 6 true forms flew out at the same time and spun forward. Resplendent light erupted as if the sun had exploded. This place was simply too intense. With a soft blood splattered in all directions. Qin Yu screamed in misery as his entire body was torn to pieces. Then he completely disintegrated and turned into a bloody mist. Chapter 262. The forest was in ruins, as if it had been plowed through by a giant with divine bloodline. There were black fissures several meters wide on the ground. It was a scene of desolation. Blood dyed the broken branches and withered leaves red. Even the boulders had been split open. Chu Feng stood alone in the forest. He had killed over 10 king-level entities in a single battle. Apart from the Peacock King who had escaped, all the other kings had been killed. This was an earth-shattering event. It would cause an earthquake if news of it were spread to the outside world. This time, he had swept through the enemy like breaking dry weeds. It was completely different from the night he killed 10 Beast Kings. He hadn't run away, nor was he injured. Most importantly, they had killed a marine race expert with 6 severed shackles and killed a peerless expert. This kind of glorious accomplishment was enough to frighten people to death. Those who had reached Qian Yu's level could be considered top-grade experts. Even the supposedly invincible Peacock King had retreated without a fight. At this time, some of the major countries were shaken. The ordinary people weren't aware, but the upper echelons were alarmed. A great wave was rising and falling. Today, Mount Yunluo had used missiles and laser weapons. The commotion was simply too great. It was as if a war had broken out. The images captured by satellites shook some countries. Who can tell me what's going on? Has the East started a war with the beast race? Could it be that thermal weapons can kill king-level entities? Although some European members of parliament didn't know the specifics, they were quite shocked. Aren't king-level entities supposed to be able to foresee danger? What were those Easterners thinking? How dare they fight against the beast race like this? Some of the upper echelons were incomparably shocked and puzzled. If thermal weapons could lock onto king-level entities and kill them, then there would be nothing to be afraid of. They could just wipe out all the terrifying mutant beasts in this world. They would no longer have to be afraid. Everyone, please look at the following images. There's an even more terrifying scene that will make you tremble. A general from the West said. He understood the situation quite early and had already seen the images sent back by the satellites. At that time, he was completely dumbfounded and stood there in a daze. A glowing man killing king-level entities. He's just one person, yet he's killing a group of king-level entities? Oh God, what did I just see? He's just one person, yet he's fighting against over 10 king-level entities. Just how strong is he? You're wrong. He's not fighting, but rather slaughtering. He's killing almost all the king-level entities by himself. This is a super soldier secretly trained by the East? No, this is a war god that can sweep through all opponents, sweeping through everything before him. It's too terrifying. The Western counselors were all shocked, all of them indescribably shaken. They simply couldn't believe what had happened today. It was just too absurd. After being bombarded by so many missiles and laser weapons, a king-level entity that could survive was definitely terrifying. However, in the end, it had still been slaughtered by a single person. In particular, from the images sent back by the satellites, it was possible to analyze the level of energy that erupted during the battle. There were actually peerless experts with 6 severed shackles among those killed. This was truly shocking and caused many of the Western Council members to feel dizzy. The East had actually cultivated such a super soldier? How heaven-defying. After the bombardment of firearms, they only sent one person to deal with all the king-level experts. It's as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. This is too shocking. In the image captured by the satellite, This person's entire body was emitting light, as if he was wrapped in a golden sun. He was abnormally bright and couldn't be looked at directly. This kind of attitude, this kind of scene, it was like a god descending to the world. Apparently, some of the corporations were extremely well informed after such a major incident. They had sent people to understand the situation and wanted to obtain first-hand information. So much so that in this post-civilization era, some of the major corporations had their own intelligence satellites to quickly understand the situation. Those who saw these images felt their scalps go numb. How could a single person reach such a level of power? A single leap could cover several kilometers, and a sudden jump could reach thousands of meters into the air. This was simply unimaginable. It was like a legend. Mount Yunluo had completely disappeared, vanquished. Chu Feng stood in the forest and contacted Lu Tong, informing him that the battle had ended. Apart from the Peacock King who had escaped, the others had all been killed. Lu Tong was speechless for a long time after receiving the news. This was simply too valiant. It had only been a short time since they last met, but this brat had already transformed into a god of death. How many king-level entities came this time? Lu Tong came to and asked in detail. There should be more than 20. Some were destroyed along with Mount Yunluo, but a dozen or so escaped and were dealt with by me, Chu Feng replied. Lu Tong felt dizzy after hearing this. Over 20 king-level entities had been killed in a single battle. This was simply too terrifying. This was an earth-shattering event. The sky has been pierced. Lu Tong sighed. That was because almost all of them had been killed by one person. Even firearms couldn't compare to Chu Feng's kill count. It was easy to imagine that there would be an earth-shattering storm. Who could hide such a matter? All parties wanted to gather information, and the other countries and organizations couldn't sit still. Weren't you always complaining that I killed king-level entities and didn't leave any for you? I won't roast them this time. Come and receive them, Chu Feng said with a smile. Lu Tong immediately became spirited. The harvest this time was great. Several first-rate laboratories had made breakthroughs in their research on king-level blood medicines. What they lacked at the moment was fresh blood. With so many king-level entities killed, they could probably form a small mountain. They were all ideal ingredients. Lu Tong was incomparably delighted. You've done a great service. Once we research a medicine that can allow everyone to evolve rapidly, the current situation will change. Chu Feng told him to send more men over without delay. At the same time, he informed, I've crippled 2 human kings. Find me a professional to interrogate them. I'm going to topple the corporations behind them. Do they think I'm easy to bully? I'm going to make them pay the price in blood. Chu Feng's words were filled with killing intent. He was truly furious. Those people had attacked him again and again. They were even more hateful than the beast race. For instance, when the Peacock King wanted to retreat, the 2 human kings tried to dissuade him, asking him to stay behind and kill Chu Feng together. He didn't have any deep enmity with those corporations, but in the end, he was being targeted in such a manner. After some careful thought, the main reason was because some major corporations had taken action that night. Some people thought that he was on the verge of death, so they ganged up on him with the beast rays to snatch his so-called peerless breathing technique. Perhaps those people felt that there was already enmity between them and him, so they wanted to eradicate him completely. You guys were nowhere to be seen when we were dealing with the beast race. You guys didn't even make a move when the Eastern Punitive Expedition arrived. But when it comes to dealing with your own people, each one is more ruthless than the last. Chu Feng muttered to himself. His eyes were like torches. Before long, he calmed down and began to clean up the mess. As he traversed through the various battlefields, even he was left speechless. Most of the king-level entities had been scattered. He chopped off the most delicious part of the turtle dove's wing, the sheep king's thick hind leg, and a large chunk of the mountain panther's tendon. The meat was sparkling and translucent, but the energy had yet to disperse. Chu Feng washed the king-level ingredients near the mouth of the spring and placed them into the spatial bottle. He was quite satisfied with the pure white 3-inch bottle. Following which, Chu Feng dug out the 4 bronze pillars, cleaned them, and stored them in the jade bottle. Chu Feng arrived at the ruins of Mount Yunluo and began to search carefully. There were some broken bones left behind, some of them belonging to wild beasts, and some of them belonging to bird kings. There was almost no corpse left. That young Xingyi grandmaster actually didn't come. Chu Feng frowned when he saw the three-eyed marine race expert. He had thought that the white-robed young man would appear as well. What a pity! I really missed him last time. I should have strangled him to death. Chu Feng was regretful, but he wasn't afraid. He would kill that young Xingyi grandmaster fair and square in the future. Before long, a special unit from Jiangxi arrived and sealed off the area, not allowing anyone from the outside to approach. Apart from that, the laboratory personnel were also transferred from Jiangxi. All of them were extremely excited after hearing that there was a large amount of king-level meat. Their blood boiled with excitement. Oh God, be it the soldiers or the laboratory personnel, all of them cried out in alarm after seeing the terrifying scene before them. They were all dumbfounded. Fresh blood, broken limbs, gigantic beasts, and bird kings were lying in disarray. Each of them was the size of a small mountain, and even the mountain ridges had collapsed. Everyone was filled with reverence and trembling at the sight of the demonic, godlike person sitting on a boulder. It was as though they were facing a terrifying god. One day, Chu Feng's expression was cold. One of the two human kings had actually committed suicide and was considered a tough nut to crack. Fortunately, the other one was afraid of death and was still alive. Chu Feng pointed out with a finger and once again destroyed the vitality and energy within his body. This was to prevent any accidents from happening and almost cripple this person. He hadn't forgotten how ferocious the ash wolf had been when it only had half a body left. He removed the two's helmets and revealed their true appearances. In the end, he didn't recognize either of them. They were both middle-aged men. Help me interrogate them properly, Chu Feng said to the professionals. Very well, please rest assured. Before long, Lu Tong contacted Chu Feng. The moment the call connected, the old man complained, Brat, although you didn't roast them this time, all the king-level entities have been blasted apart. The ground is covered in chunks of flesh, and I can't even tell what race they belong to. Chu Feng laughed dryly. I was practicing my fist technique and didn't control my strength well. What are your plans now? This matter has become quite big. Lu Tong asked in a low voice. What plans can I have? I don't think it's that big. Next, I'm going to flatten the mountain and destroy the strongholds. I'm going to visit all the major corporations. If they don't give me a satisfactory explanation, I'll overturn and kill them all. Do they really think I'm Tripitaka's flesh during this period? They'll pay the price for this. Take it easy, don't be rash. Lu Tong was shocked out of his wits. He then asked in a low voice, Oh, right. How did you disable the divine instincts of those king-level entities? I used my own divine instincts to suppress them. Nonsense. Hurry up and tell me. We'll talk about this after I return to Shantian. Chu Feng immediately hung up. He didn't want Lu Tong to take the 4 pillars away for research. What if they would be melted down and destroyed? News began to leak out. An earth-shattering battle had taken place on Mount Yunluo. Now, the area had been sealed off by the army, and no one was allowed to approach. Chapter 263. Hey, that scared me to death. Something big has happened at Mount Yunluo. What's going on? The army has sealed off the area, and no one is allowed to approach. The mutant squads are full of killing intent and have dark expressions on their faces. I've heard about it too. It's said that an important character has died and the country is enraged. They want to flatten the mountain and destroy the stronghold. This news spread like wildfire and caused a huge commotion. Just who had died? Everyone was incomparably shocked, and many people began to make guesses as they listed out the names of the people who were responsible. This is too shocking. Rumor has it that the entire mountain was destroyed by interweaving laser beams and missile blasts. What a shocking confrontation. The country has been enraged and is now attacking a certain king-level entity. Some people went to verify the matter, but because they could not get close, they could only ask the townspeople several dozen kilometers away. They came to the conclusion that a huge battle had indeed taken place. Some of the townspeople had personally witnessed the entire mountainous region being flattened by flames and flames. Both at home and abroad were greatly shaken. At present, only the top organizations and the higher-ups of the countries knew about the situation. Because the satellites had captured the images, ordinary people had no idea what was going on. All sorts of discussions erupted like a tide. For a time, there were all sorts of speculations. Some people guessed that the Hollow Jade Temple Master had died in battle. That was because the mutant squads belonged to the Hollow Jade Temple. What happened there was definitely related to them. Some said that the Grand Master from Mount Wudong had been ambushed and killed by the Marine race. His blood had splattered all over Mount Yunluo. This was truly a heart-wrenching event. Because they did not understand the situation and didn't know what was going on, all sorts of speculations arose. There were all sorts of rumors, but all of them were similar. It was suspected that a major character had fallen from a human side and had suffered a great loss. Everyone was furious and had resorted to firearms. This is truly depressing. Just who was it that met with misfortune? Everyone wanted to know, but unfortunately, they could not find out. While everyone was guessing, some of the beast race members began to sneer. They had heard some rumors that some king-level entities had discussed killing Chu Feng at Mount Yunluo. At that time, it was only a small group of people and was not leaked to the outside world. Now that something like this had happened, a small portion of the beast race members naturally laughed. They felt that they would definitely succeed in killing Chu Feng. That was why the humans were so angry and resorted to firearms. However, so what if they used laser weapons? All king-level entities possessed astonishing divine instincts. They could avoid danger in advance and had nothing to fear. What a bunch of laughable people. You don't even know the inside story, yet you're spouting nonsense. A beast race member couldn't help but step forward to express his opinion. His words were filled with ridicule. A few direct descendants of the royal family stood out. Clearly, these people had heard the discussion in the clan and knew what was going on. There was no need to keep it a secret anymore, because the result of that battle had been decided. Meanwhile, some of the beast races were showing off. They felt that they were the only ones who knew the details and were somewhat arrogant. What exactly happened? If you all know, then tell us. Many people questioned. There's no harm in telling you guys. Demon King Chu has been killed miserably at Mount Yunluo. That place has been sealed off, and it has nothing to do with anyone else. He's the one who's dead. A beast race member couldn't help but blurt out the truth. This was, without a doubt, an explosive piece of news that stunned everyone. The human expert who had died on Mount Yunluo was actually Chu Feng. He had disappeared without a trace after killing 10 beast kings that night. Many people have been searching for him. How'd he suddenly die on Mount Yunluo? Before this, some people had suspected that he might have met with an accident because he was on the verge of death after the battle that night. But who would have thought that he would really die? Who can tell me how Chu Feng died on Mount Yunluo? Momentarily, it caused a huge uproar. Not to mention the people within the country. Even those outside the country were shaken. After the battle at Mount Kunlun and the Vatican, Chu Feng's name had become known in the West. This time, it was actually him who had died. It was impossible not to cause a commotion among the common people. Chu Feng is dead? Impossible. I don't believe he was really killed by the beast race. Doubtlessly, Chu Feng had gone through the baptism of so many battles and was extremely popular. Many people sincerely hoped that nothing bad would happen to him. They were all dumbfounded after hearing the news. He killed 10 beast kings in one night. What a glorious accomplishment. He should have recovered from his injuries and returned with vigor. How did he die so suddenly? Some people found it hard to accept. The eyes of the youths who used to have a good impression of Chu Feng turned red. This was truly unfortunate news. Some of the beast race became even more confident. They pretended to be calm and acted as if they had long known this would happen. Many people could not help but ask for more details. Only then did the beast race slowly reveal the news once more. Let me tell you the truth. Chu Feng died a miserable death. It could be said that he took the initiative to send himself to his death. Needless to say, he was killed by a group of beast kings. When this type of news was released, everyone became stupefied, finding it hard to believe. Nonsense. You beast race people are deliberately making things up. I don't even know if Chu Feng is dead or alive. How could he send himself to his death? You people are purposely mocking him. Many humans were enraged, and their emotions were stirred up. The small group of beast race, people who knew the inside story, were relatively calm. They laughed coldly and then began to expose the scars of these people, revealing the truth. In truth, the incident at Mount Yunluo was a trap set up specifically to kill Demon King Chu. First, they used his parents as bait. The people were in an uproar after some beast race experts revealed the truth. You people are truly despicable. You actually used such sinister methods just to kill Chu Feng. A beast race forum was about to explode. Countless people were cursing and blaming each other. All of them were furious. It was the same in reality. Countless people were furious that the incident at Mount Yunluo was actually a trap set up to kill Chu Feng. Some beast race experts ridiculed. We can only say that he brought this upon himself. Who does he think he is? He's delusional enough to flatten a mountain and destroy a stronghold. So what if he touched his parents? He wanted revenge, but ended up throwing his life away. How laughable. Does he really think he's unrivaled under the heavens? These words naturally incited the anger of the people. The humans were burning with anger. Chu Feng was already dead, yet these beast race experts were still mocking him. This was too excessive. What's even more laughable is that you people are delusional enough to use firearms to kill the beast kings and avenge Chu Feng. Don't you know that these weapons are ineffective against king-level experts? Divine instincts can sense danger in advance. Wasting firepower like that is foolish. The crowd was furious and wanted nothing more than to start a war with the beast race. This was intolerable bullying. Not only did they cause Chu Feng's death, they even dared to ridicule and make sarcastic remarks. The clairvoyant, clairaudient, and Yi Qin Gru couldn't accept this. They couldn't believe it and immediately went to ask Lu Tong. They were truly frightened out of their wits. It can't be. Don't tell me he really couldn't endure this time and died. Xiong Kuan, Hu Sheng, and the others were astonished. Oh, so this so-called Demon King Chu is actually so weak. I thought we would need our marine race experts to suppress and kill him. Who would have thought he would be beheaded so quickly? The outside world was in an uproar. The sounds of quarreling and ridicule rang out incessantly. As for the main culprit, Chu Feng, he was still at Mount Yunluo. He hadn't left yet to prevent any accidents from happening. He was overseeing things and waiting for the laboratory personnel to transport away the king-level corpses. Brad, you're quite patient. The outside world is in such a mess, and you're still not going to show yourself? Lu Tong contacted him. Chu Feng replied calmly, "What's the rush? This is a good opportunity to see who's jumping out and which corporations are adding fuel to the fire or rejoicing in my misfortune. We can settle the score with them later. I was just wondering which one to start with." As time went on, the beast race experts who knew the truth and knew that Mount Yunluo was a trap could no longer remain calm because they couldn't contact the group of beast kings. The number of king-level experts who had gone to Mount Yunluo wasn't small, but now they had all disappeared. At this level, ordinary people couldn't even enter their eyes. Only the king-level experts could converse with them and befriend them. Now, those kings who knew the inside story felt their heads swelling. That was because those people had completely disappeared and they couldn't contact them no matter what. These kings had also wanted to go to Mount Yunluo, but were unable to do so in the end. Now, they felt that something was wrong and were even somewhat afraid. Heavens, could it be that the truth is completely different from what we thought? As time went on, the beast race kings felt their scalps go numb. They felt a chill run down their spines. They decided to send people to investigate. At this time, not to mention them, even some other organizations felt that something was wrong. That was because the images captured by the satellites were already being discussed within a small circle despite not being leaked. Oh, there are actually people who aren't afraid of death and dare to come here to investigate the truth. Within the dilapidated mountain forest, Chu Feng raised his head and sensed a king-level entity in the distance. His figure flickered and disappeared, reappearing in the distant forest, following which a ferocious bird seemed to have been startled. It immediately soared thousands of meters into the sky. Its body was huge, at least 20 to 30 meters long. Its entire body was covered in black feathers that resembled dark gold. Each feather was hard and emitting a cold metallic luster. Boom! A figure chased after it. He leapt from a mountain peak and soared 1,200 meters into the air. With a loud bang, he punched out with a resplendent light that enveloped an area of 100 meters. With a puff, the Bird King's body was pierced through. It let out a blood-curdling screech as it fell to the ground. This time, Chu Feng didn't use all his strength. He didn't blow it up and left it half dead. With a boom, the Bird King smashed through a large part of the mountain forest. Its body was drenched in blood. When it saw that person, it was incomparably shocked and then terrified. It's actually you. Does that mean they've all been killed? The Bird King was horrified. If Chu Feng had survived, did that mean that those who had lost contact with him were all dead? Its feathers stood on end in a great fright. As it recalled the rumors in the outside world, it felt extremely upset. The beast race was truly unlucky. Old man, weren't you complaining that all the king-level entities I killed had exploded? Now, I'll catch one for you alive and whole. Chu Feng told Lu Tong. Lu Tong was speechless after hearing this. Although he was happy, he also wanted to say that this brat was too cruel. The Bird King had been captured and hadn't returned for a long time. Those beast kings who knew the inside story were all terrified and felt their hair stand on end. They knew that something big had happened. Perhaps those optimistic guesses from before were about to be overturned. Their clansmen had leaked a lot of information to the outside world, but now it seemed like a joke. The truth was bound to be incomparably cruel. Oh God, don't tell me those kings are all dead. Even though they were all king-level experts, they were still terrified. Amidst the clamor in the outside world, some people who didn't know the truth could no longer hold back. For example, the peacock race. They didn't know that the Peacock King had retreated without a fight. Now they were laughing coldly. One of them said, "Who can compete with our race's king? He naturally won't be able to live if he personally goes south to kill Demon King Chu." They could be considered to have restrained themselves and didn't say too much. However, the Ash Wolf King's lineage was insolent and immediately jumped out. Demon King Chu is finally dead. How satisfying, huh? This race was quite ostentatious. They hated Chu Feng to the bone because Chu Feng was the one who had killed the Ash Wolf King back then. Oh, this is a good trap. Demon King Chu has come to our door to throw away his life. How wonderful. Actually, if this hadn't happened, we would have killed his parents first before luring him out and ambushing him. The Ash Wolf race was rejoicing in the other's misfortune. They began to spout nonsense after hearing about Chu Feng's death. However, it was at this time that some of the images captured by the satellites began to circulate. The Ash Wolf race immediately shut up. They felt a headache coming on and felt that the situation wasn't looking good. It wasn't just them. The whole world became quiet as the images captured by the satellites began to leak out one after another. This completely overturned everyone's previous guesses. After the hot weapons bombarded them, a person surrounded by light like a deity unleashed a great slaughter, slaughtering kings. This was just too terrifying. Boom! Everyone in the world was shaken. Was this the truth? Everyone was stunned. Following which, one large vehicle after another drove away from Mount Yunluo. At the same time, the Special Mutant Army also left, leaving behind a desolate forest stained with blood. Many beasts and mutants rushed over immediately to verify the truth. The ground was covered in blood, and the entire mountain ridge was in ruins. The Beast King's bones, Bird King's blood-stained feathers, scales, and horns were all left behind. Oh God, the truth is too terrifying. Immediately, These mutants were in an uproar. Additionally, the images captured by the satellites began to circulate, causing a huge commotion. Chapter 264. The battle at Mount Yunluo had resulted in a bloodbath of beast kings, and it was very likely that all of them had been killed. This explosive news shocked the entire world. This was completely different from their previous guesses. Everyone was ridiculously wrong, and the news shook every region. The various races were dumbfounded, especially the previously arrogant and conceited beast kings. Now, all of them felt a chill run down their spines. Many people couldn't believe it, especially those who were filled with enmity towards Chu Feng. They felt their scalps going numb and their scalps were about to explode. However, the pictures revealed the truth clearly. Not only did the Beast Kings not win, but they were also in miserable states. A human shrouded in radiance was unleashing a massacre. He single-handedly slaughtered the Beast Kings, sweeping through everything before him with his fists, blowing up all the Beast Kings who were heading for Mount Yunluo. It was as though a deity had descended to the mortal world, not to mention ordinary people. Even powerful Beast Kings would feel a chill run down their spines after seeing these terrifying pictures. They felt a sense of helplessness. That was a group of Beast Kings, but they had all been killed by a single person. How terrifying was this? This human was too terrifying. He was like a god, like a demon. His entire body was shrouded in resplendent light as he swept through the Beast Kings. Not a single one of them could stop him. Those Beast Kings were partially correct. Those who died at Mount Yunluo were indeed tortured to death. However, it wasn't Chu Feng who died, but the Beast Kings. That demonic, godlike human chased after the Beast Kings and reaped their lives as if he were cutting grass. The images captured by the satellites of the various countries recorded everything. Some of the Beast Kings were blown to smithereens with a single punch. They couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. Some of the Bird Kings flapped their wings in an attempt to escape, but the human leapt thousands of meters into the air and directly caught up to them. Blood splattered everywhere with a single punch. These images were suffocating. Those Beast Kings who knew the inside story stared at the circulating pictures. Their bodies stiffened and they couldn't say a single word. At this point, all they could feel was a deep sense of fear. How could they contend against such an enemy? They couldn't even muster up any thoughts of revenge because they were simply not on the same level. At the same time, they rejoiced from the bottom of their hearts. Fortunately, they hadn't followed Chu Feng to Mount Yunluo. Otherwise, none of them would have survived. Their hearts palpitated as if they had survived a calamity. Some stubborn beast races were unwilling to accept reality. After arriving at Mount Yunluo, all of them were dejected and dejected. King Levelblood dyed this ruined land red. Mountain peaks collapsed, and the ground cracked several feet wide. It was a scene of desolation. After all kinds of photos of the scene were released, people everywhere were shocked. Even the West was in an uproar. Was he Chu Feng? Everyone was guessing whether or not that heavenly deity-like individual was Chu Feng, because the group of kings came to kill him, waiting for him to come and throw his life away. In the end, those king-level entities had all died on Mount Yunluo. Did this mean that Chu Feng had done all of this? Whether it was in reality or on the internet, it was like a big explosion, endless discussions, completely boiling. Haha, that's great. I knew that immortal Chu wouldn't die. He'll come back strong and kill all his enemies. The happiest and most delighted were a group of hot-blooded youths who had a favorable impression of Chu Feng. When they heard that he had died on Mount Yunluo, some of their eyes even turned red. Now that they heard the news, they were all incomparably excited. Good people will be rewarded. Chu Feng killed the Ash Wolf and fought against the Eastern Punitive Expedition. He lived up to his identity as a mutant. If he was murdered by those beast races, the heavens really are blind. Some people were happy and excited, but naturally, there were also those who were terrified. Most of those who had attacked Chu Feng had died, but there were still some who were alive. All of them were horrified. Those who had participated in the attack on Chu Feng felt their scalps go numb. They had a bad premonition. Perhaps he's still alive, but I don't believe that the person who attacked Mount Yunluo was Chu Feng. He's only at 4 severed shackles. How could he go and kill all those beast kings? Some people were unconvinced. They believed that the deity-like expert on Mount Yunluo wasn't Chu Feng, but someone else. That person's entire body was covered in divine splendor, like a great sun in the sky. In the end, no one was able to recognize his appearance, even after analyzing all the photos. Despicable. This demon king, Chu must have asked the Hollow Jade Temple Master to take action and ambush all those beast kings. How despicable. A beast race member cried out in exasperation. Their king was one of the attackers, but he had died a miserable death on Mount Yunluo. This caused the entire race to be terrified. But very soon, his voice was drowned out by the crowd's attacks. The group of beast kings had gathered together to set up a trap to kill Chu Feng. Now that they had been killed instead, they were blaming others? Not to mention the humans. Even many beast races were shaking their heads. They couldn't blame anyone else for the deaths of these beast kings. It was all because they were inferior. Not all beast races were hostile to humans. The vast majority of them could coexist peacefully. Old ancestor, how could you die just like that? Hundreds of years of cultivation, ushering in the great upheaval and becoming a king-level expert. Yet you've died just like that. In certain places, many races were panicking. Some were weeping, while others were terrified. Without the protection of their king, their future days were destined to be difficult. That was because the great upheaval was imminent. At that time, the fortunes of the famed mountains and great rivers would be divided according to strength. Without their king, they were destined to fall behind the others. It could be said that this battle would cause many of the royal races to decline. Both the East and the West were shaken. The impact of the battle on Mount Yunluo was beyond imagination. It immediately made the headlines of every nation, not to mention the internet. Was that person Chu Feng? This was the only thing that had yet to be confirmed. Who was the main character of this battle that the entire world was paying attention to? Although many people guessed that it was Chu Feng, they also felt that his strength had increased too quickly. It was somewhat unrealistic. Even if he could sever his 5th shackle in a short period of time, he still shouldn't be able to contend against peerless experts. This was the opinion of many people. That was because once he had severed his 6th shackle, things would be completely different. He would be high and mighty, looking down on all the other beast kings. Even if he was only 1 level lower, it would still be difficult for an expert with 5 severed shackles to contend against a peerless expert. This was the consensus of the experts of every nation. This was indeed the case in the past. Even Yellow Cattle had said that after severed his 6th shackle, he would be completely different. He couldn't be matched by force and could only run when encountering such a person. The first 5 shackles were one stage, and from the 6th onward, it was another. There seemed to be a watershed separating them. The Black Yak was so powerful and wild, but even after severed his 5th shackle, he was still no match for peerless experts. However, Chu Feng was different. Several days ago, when he was on the verge of death, he had fused his spiritual energy into his physical body and probed into the profound mysteries of the breathing technique. Moreover, he had always used pollen to evolve and not mutant fruits. This time, he had severed his 5th shackle on his own, causing his combat strength to become ridiculously ferocious. He had broken through the so-called watershed suppression. Be it the beast race or the humans, everyone was puzzled. It was difficult to determine who that person was. Some people believed it was Chu Feng, while others believed it was the Hollow Jade Temple Master. There were even those who believed it was the Wudong Grandmaster who had triggered the ultimate conjecture. I don't believe it's Chu Feng. I'd rather believe it's that ruthless fellow from the roaming Jade Temple. The Ash Wolf King's lineage was initially shocked, but after calming down, they believed it couldn't be Chu Feng. How could his strength rise 2 levels in such a short time? I firmly believe that the new rising expert is Chu Feng. Xiong Kun, Hu Sheng, and the others spoke with incomparable firmness. That's right, it's Demon King Chu. Yi Qingru, Ouyang Qing, Du Huaijin, and the others also chimed in. People from all walks of life were discussing this matter in an uproar. Among them, the major corporations were holding emergency meetings to discuss countermeasures. They were worried that something big would happen. Old man, have you found out where the Ash Wolf King's lineage is? I'll start with them. Chu Feng asked Lu Tong. I've found them. They're under the protection of the peacock race and are currently at Mount Putuo, Lu Tong informed. What? They're actually there. Chu Feng's eyes turned cold as two beams of light shot out. Mount Putuo was one of the four famed Buddhist mountains. It was also known as the Buddhist Kingdom of the Sea and the Southern Sea Sacred Territory. It was one of the most important Buddhist holy lands. Not long ago, Bodhi biogenetics had taken over that place. This had caused a huge commotion because it was no ordinary place and should have been quite difficult to conquer. At that time, there were rumors that Bodhi biogenetics was working together with the beast race to capture the mountain. Now, it seemed that this was indeed the case. The peacock race was actually residing there and protecting the Ash Wolf King. It was obvious that the peacock race had a close relationship with Bodhi biogenetics. If the peacock king takes action, then the golden crow and the 9 lives cat will surely help. No wonder they can conquer Mount Putuo, Chu Feng muttered to himself. Previously, when news of Bodhi biogenetics taking over Mount Putuo spread, the various races were shaken and somewhat incredulous. But now, it seemed that several peerless experts had taken action in addition to Bodhi biogenetics' men and firearms. Everything seemed reasonable. I don't care who they are. I'll ascend Mount Putuo today and settle things there. Let's see who can stop me. Chu Feng's killing intent surged as a terrifying radiance shone within a 100-meter radius. Don't act recklessly, Lu Tong warned. This time, the Ash Wolf King's bloodline has threatened to act against my parents. Also, the Peacock King has crossed the line this time. It would have been fine if he had simply come to kill me, and I would have fought him to the death. But he used Mount Yinluo as a prelude to kill my parents to deal with me. All of them will have to bear my wrath. Chu Feng decided to attack. His target was Mount Putuo. He wanted to assume a domineering stance. Even if the Peacock King had touched the reverse scale of his parents, he would still kill his way over and fight to the end. Only after this battle would people understand that his bottom line could never be touched. Mount Putuo was located in the Zhoushan archipelago of Zhejiang. After the great upheavals and the appearance of folded spaces, Hongdu and Mount Putuo were separated by over 7,000 kilometers. The distance between the two places had increased by several times, but this was nothing to Chu Feng. After making his decision, Chu Feng immediately set off at 5 times the speed of sound towards the Zhoushan archipelago. If there was really something fishy going on there, he would fight to the death with Mount Putuo. He could maintain this speed for half an hour like a bolt of lightning streaking across the sky. Nothing along the way could stop him, and the slightest contact would result in an explosion. Most of the time, he could be said to be flying through the air. Every time he leapt, he would cover a distance of 2 to 3 kilometers, causing the air to explode. Half an hour later, his whole body was burning hot, his blood was surging like a river, and all his pores were steaming with white steam. Only then did he slow down. By this time, he had already covered over 3,000 kilometers. We don't believe that person is Madman Chu. Last time, he was surrounded by the Beast Kings and was lucky enough to survive. But now he wants to kill a group of Beast Kings by himself? Who do you think he is? He doesn't have the ability to become a peerless expert. The Ash Wolf King expressed his opinion. He had no idea that Chu Feng was already on his way to Mount Putuo. Chu Feng advanced at a leisurely pace, allowing his body temperature to drop. He already knew that the Ash Wolf tribe was under the protection of the Peacock King. No wonder they dared to jump out. He sneered. Today, he would begin his slaughter from the tribe under the Peacock King's protection. Chu Feng continued on his way. After resting for half an hour, he increased his speed once again, covering a distance of 2 to 3 kilometers with each leap. He crossed the vast sky at 5 times the speed of sound. He had already entered Zhejiang from Jiangxi and was heading towards the coast. Half an hour later, he had crossed another 3,000 kilometers. Chu Feng was nearing his destination and could see the coast. Finally, he stepped onto a wooden plank and crossed the sea. Chu Feng released his corporeal energy and activated the plank beneath his feet. His clothes fluttered in the wind as he broke through the waves and arrived at the Zhoushan archipelago. He had arrived at his destination. After reaching the shore, he spread out his divine perception and gazed at the distant Buddhist sacred mountain. Very soon, Chu Feng discovered the Ash Wolf tribe. They were indeed here, but they weren't residing on the mountain. Instead, they were residing in a woodland at the foot of the mountain. Chu Feng walked forward step by step. During this process, he circulated his breathing technique to cool down his scalding body and restore his essence, qi, and spirit to their peak state. When he arrived at the foot of the mountain and entered the Ash Wolf tribe's dwelling, his entire body began to glow and become translucent. "Who is it?" "You are." Within the woodland, some of the Ash Wolf tribe members discovered Chu Feng. They immediately cried out in alarm and almost collapsed to the ground. Who had they just seen? Demon King Chu. Just a while ago, they were still discussing who would have thought the main character would appear here. The Ash Wolf tribe was alarmed. Giant wolves the size of small mountains rushed out in terror and hatred. This person had killed their king. "You want to touch my parents?" Chu Feng asked coldly. "Chu Feng, don't act recklessly. This is all a misunderstanding," an old wolf said in a trembling voice. "There's no misunderstanding," Chu Feng replied. "Chu Feng, you should know that we're under the Peacock King's protection. You've already committed a great taboo by barging in here. If you attack us, you'll be crossing the line and will be met with a fatal disaster." Chu Feng said in a deep voice, "The Peacock King's protection? I still need to settle things with him. Not to mention you guys, I'm going to ascend Mount Putuwa today. You guys are just accomplices I'll get rid of in passing. Even the Peacock race and the others will have to bear my wrath." Boom! The next moment, Chu Feng erupted with dazzling radiance. He was like a blazing sun in the sky, illuminating everything with divine splendor. "It's you. The one who killed the group of kings on Mount Yunluo is really you." The Ash Wolf tribe members cried out in terror. Those characteristics were too obvious. His body was like a great sun, emitting dazzling radiance. This was definitely the mysterious, peerless expert everyone was talking about. Thump! With a wave of Chu Feng's hand, a few ferocious wolves that were more than 10 meters long and had their bloody mouths wide open were sent flying into the air. They were torn apart in midair. Facing these vicious wolves, Chu Feng casually slapped them with a wave of his hand. The blazing energy engulfed them like raging waves and sent them flying, splattering their blood all over the forest. The one who killed the group of beast kings on Mount Yunluo is Chu Feng, Demon King Chu. The Ash Wolf tribe members sent out a few blurry photos and wrote down some terrified words. "Lord Peacock King, save us. Avenge us." At their level, they had no idea that the Peacock King had personally come to Mount Yunluo and retreated without a fight. The photos and pleas for help spread to the outside world and caused great waves. People discovered that the human in the photos was as resplendent as the sun and illuminated with divine splendor. He was definitely the same peerless expert from Mount Yunluo. Heavens, he really is Chu Feng. The Ash Wolf tribe is being swept away. People finally knew who the person who had killed the group of beast kings was. They were all shaken. The Ash Wolf tribe was facing a great calamity and was about to be settled. Chapter 265. There were over 20 wolves in the forest. Their fur was like metal, gleaming with an icy luster. The teeth in their bloody mouths were as white as daggers. Their eyes were filled with fear and hatred as they retreated continuously. Within moments, The dozen or so wolves that had pounced forward had been slapped to death by Chu Feng without the slightest suspense. The Ash Wolf bloodline could be considered a powerful race. A king had appeared at the beginning of the upheavals, far surpassing many other races. If the Ash Wolf was still alive, he might have severed 4 or 5 shackles by now. Unfortunately, he had followed the Peacock King and followed his orders. He had wreaked havoc on the Yunnan Plateau in order to divert the attention of the human experts. In the end, he had died a miserable death and the entire race had declined. Demon King Chu, we'll fight it out with you. You killed our king and reduced our Ash Wolf bloodline to a weak race. You executioner. At this moment, all the mutated wolves were fighting with their lives on the line. They felt that the other party wouldn't show them any mercy. They wouldn't be able to live even if they begged for mercy. Illo, the pack of wolves howled with incomparable malevolence. Their bloody mouths glowed as beams of light flew out to attack Chu Feng, bringing with them a foul stench. The wolf race was inherently bloodthirsty. Now that they were fighting with their lives on the line, they didn't care about anything else. Even if they were facing a king, they would still fight to the death. Unfortunately, they had no chance at all. The disparity was too great. Even if Chu Feng were to stand there and let them tear at him, they wouldn't be able to shake him. The Ash Wolf massacred the city and killed 700,000 people. How dare you call me an executioner? Chu Feng's words were calm as he shot out a scarlet flying knife. He didn't want to waste any more time. With a swoosh, a scarlet flood dragon danced in the air and slashed at the wolves. The mutated wolves were all killed. There were no old or sick people here. All of them were mutated experts of the wolf race. Chu Feng walked out of the forest and headed towards the main peak of Mount Pudaw. The place had changed greatly. The vegetation was lush and emitting strands of dense spiritual energy. The biggest change was that the entire island had expanded by who knew how many times. After a long walk, he finally arrived at the main peak of Mount Pudaw. A cool breeze blew past, and the green bamboos on the mountain swayed, producing a rustling sound. There was also the leisurely ringing of a bronze bell coming from the temple, causing one's heart to calm down. Chu Feng walked up the stairs and began to climb the mountain. In the past, Mount Putual was less than 300 meters tall. Even if it wasn't the shortest mountain in the world, it wasn't far from it. Presently, the entire mountain was extremely majestic. It was almost 10,000 meters in height, powerful and lofty, and the peak of the mountain flowed with golden light, causing it to seem as if the light of Buddha illuminated the world. Is this its original appearance? Chu Feng sighed. From a height of less than 300 meters, he rose steeply from the ground, strand after strand of propitious energy. It could be said that the world was turning upside down. The mountain was covered in green pines and emerald cypresses, bamboo forests everywhere, full of vitality. A few ancient temples were hidden within the sea of bamboo. Even though they were damaged, they still possessed a divine aura. It was indeed different, completely different from before. The stone steps on the mountain seemed to have been carved out in ancient times, carrying with them the aura of time. It was not something that the 300-meter-high Mount Putual of the past possessed. Clang! The long and drawn-out sound of the bell was so deafening that it made people feel like they were about to comprehend the Tao. Halfway up the mountain, there was a bronze pavilion. There was a large bell suspended inside, and it was actually ringing loudly. Chu Feng was astonished. He walked closer and examined the bell from top to bottom. He was sure that it was not a magical weapon, but an ancient bell. He climbed up another 1,000 meters and saw many buildings. Some were ancient temples, and some were villas built by modern people. Most of them were newly built. Bodhi biogenetics sure moves fast. Chu Feng arrived at the area and saw many people busily working on the villa area. At first, no one paid attention to him. Chu Feng walked straight towards the ancient temple. Here, he saw some mutant trees that had already bloomed and borne fruits. They had long since been plucked. Halt! Who are you? Someone walked out from the ancient temple and stopped him from entering. Tourists, are we not allowed to climb the mountain? Chu Feng asked with a smile. "You're Chu Feng." That person was shocked. Although the Ashwolf tribe had spread the news, not everyone was paying attention to the internet. Especially since it was very busy here, no one paid attention to it. "Wasn't it said that you were gravely injured and on the verge of death? How come you're here?" The mutants within the ancient temple were all astonished. The first thing they wanted to do was report to the people at the summit. What was Demon King Chu doing here? Thump! Within moments, the communicators in the mutants' hands were shattered. Chu Feng waved his hand lightly, and the mutants who had discovered him immediately fainted and collapsed to the ground. He traversed through the ancient temple and dug up the soil at the roots of some mutant trees to see if they were suitable for planting the seeds in the stone box. In the end, he could only sigh. The quality of the soil was not high enough. Mount Putual was 10,000 meters tall. Now that he had only climbed 6,000 meters, he felt that there was still hope for the summit. Swoosh! Chu Feng increased his speed and rushed upwards. In the blink of an eye, he was already close to the summit. This area was filled with purple bamboo. The terrain was open, and the bamboo forest was swaying back and forth amidst the dense spiritual energy. There really is a lush purple bamboo forest. Chu Feng was astonished. He then turned around and gazed down the mountain. The Jade Sea connected to the sky and was incomparably majestic. The sunlight fell upon the surface of the sea, speckled with golden fragments. Especially after arriving here, he could clearly hear the solemn and divine chanting from the summit. It was as if he had arrived at a Buddhist country. Chu Feng revealed an odd expression. According to legend, Mount Putuo is the Buddhist temple of Guanyin Bodhisattva. Look at the Jade Sea suffused with golden light and the purple bamboo forest flowing with spiritual energy. It's quite artistic. In ancient times, there was a super-evolved being who left behind all kinds of legends and eventually became a powerful being. The scenery here was beautiful, but Bodhi biogenetics didn't recklessly touch the purple bamboo forest. It was as if they were afraid of it and didn't build villas here. The lush, purple bamboo made one's imagination run wild. Bodhisattva, Southern Sea Purple Bamboo Forest. These legends were well known. Chu Feng searched here. After a while, his heart stirred. He followed the bluestone path and slowly climbed up the mountain. Not long after, he saw a pavilion in the forest and a beautiful figure holding a Buddhist scripture. Her black hair was like a waterfall, her back was graceful, and her figure was perfect. The lush purple bamboo forest was suffused with a faint multicolored mist. It was like a fairyland. Seeing such a person made one's imagination run wild. Chu Feng didn't deliberately lighten his footsteps. He directly walked over and looked at this ethereal figure. There was a stone table in the pavilion, and a cup of green tea was floating in the air. The Buddhist scripture was modeled with an ancient intent. It had long since turned yellow and looked like an ancient object from hundreds or thousands of years ago. It was held in a pure, white hand and had a different kind of charm. As if she sensed something, the lady turned around. Her black hair danced in the wind, carrying a sparkling luster. She had an oval face and a lustrous complexion. Her black eyebrows were curved, and her eyes were like obsidian, full of spirituality. It could be said that her entire face was perfect without a single flaw. Originally, she was very quiet, reading the Buddhist scripture with an ethereal charm. But now, she was very surprised. Her bright red lips parted, revealing her pearly white teeth. Her beautiful eyes instantly widened as she looked at Chu Feng, as if she had been shocked. "Why are you here?" she cried out. "To come and spank your Bodhi biogenetics." Chu Feng replied. The lady stood up, her figure even more beautiful and graceful. Behind her was the purple bamboo forest. Spiritual energy curled up in spirals, blending in with the scenery. It was like a poem or a painting. Chu Feng revealed a strange expression. He naturally recognized the lady in front of him, but her temperament was very different from before. In the past, Jiang Luoshin was very beautiful. There was no doubt about her beauty. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been called the national goddess. But there was also a hint of charm in her beauty. especially after she became a mutant and awakened. It was rumored that she had obtained some special abilities of the nine-tailed white fox. Hence, she became even more charming and incomparably beautiful. But now, she actually possessed an otherworldly temperament. With a Buddhist scripture in her hand, she was like a transcendent Buddhist maiden. Unfortunately, this temperament didn't last long. After seeing Chu Feng, it quickly disappeared. She frowned and said with wide eyes, "Rumor has it that you were injured and disappeared for many days. So it turns out you're hiding on Mount Puta." It was as if the two were born to be at odds. Have you been isolated from the world for so many days that you don't know that the outside world has been turned upside down? Chu Feng laughed and said, "I took the initiative to come to your door, not to hide. Don't tell me you want to rob Mount Putua?" Jiang Luotian rolled her eyes. "I advise you to leave as soon as possible. It's very dangerous up there." "Huh, isn't it just colluding with the beast race? Is there a bird monarch overseeing things? If he comes back, I'll kill him." Chu Feng laughed indifferently. "You?" Jiang Luotian was astonished. Chu Feng revealed a cold expression. "To tell you the truth, I'm here to settle accounts. Bodhi Biogenetics had better not have done anything in the dark. Otherwise, you'll be kicked down the mountain today." "Demon King Chu, what nonsense are you spouting?" Jiang Luotian was dissatisfied and puzzled. She felt that the other party wasn't joking. "Ha!" Chu Feng walked up the mountain. As he passed by, he gave Jiang Luotian a slap. The sound was crisp and clear. Of course, it wasn't a slap to the face, but rather caused her buttocks to tremble 3 times. "You!" She was furious. Her ethereal temperament had been completely destroyed. She bared her fangs and brandished her claws, wanting to pounce on him. "I'm telling you not to shout at a king-level expert. At the same time, I also want to tell you that although we're friends, if Bodhi Biogenetics is scheming against me, don't blame me for not recognizing my own family and destroying this financial group." Chu Feng said calmly without the slightest sign of danger. But at this moment, Jiang Luotian believed him. Her intuition told her that Demon King Chu wasn't lying. He had come with killing intent. "What exactly happened to you? Why do you think Bodhi Biogenetics is scheming against you?" Jiang Luotian calmed herself down and explained, "Yes, the Peacock clan is indeed here. They helped us take down Mount Puta, but we definitely didn't collude with them to harm you. What you say doesn't count." Chu Feng climbed the mountain at a steady pace. Every step he took covered a distance of several hundred meters. Jiang Luotian was shaken. Her beautiful face revealed a shocked expression. She was uncertain. Could it be that those old geezers from Bodhi Biogenetics were involved in the conspiracy against Chu Feng? The next moment, she ran up the mountain in pursuit. Her long legs moved rapidly, but she could only see Chu Feng's back. His steps were slow but extremely fast. Mount Putua's 10,000-meter summit was enshrouded in resplendent golden radiance and flowing purple chi. Numerous ancient temples stood amidst the bamboo forest. Buddhist chants could be heard coming from thousands of years ago. Chu Feng held his hands behind his back as he gazed at the majestic Buddhist temple. In front of an ancient building, there was a Bodhi tree as thick as a water tank. Its old bark was cracked, and its leaves were faintly golden. "Very good. The ancient tree in front of the 1,000-year-old temple has just sprouted, and its leaves have yet to form a flower bud." Chu Feng's eyes were sparkling with divine light. This ancient temple and Bodhi tree naturally didn't belong to Mount Puta. Now, the mountain was tens of thousands of meters tall. Golden radiance was accompanied by purple mist and flowing Buddhist radiance. It was incomparably divine. Normally, there should be ice and snow at such a high altitude, but this place was warm and full of vitality. This is the Bodhi sanctuary of supreme, evolved being from ancient times. Perhaps there's something extraordinary left behind. Chu Feng sized it up. In truth, Chu Feng didn't conceal his aura after ascending the mountain, alarming everyone. Only at this time did Jiang Luotian catch up. She was panting heavily, unable to keep up with the peerless expert's pace. Her fair face was drenched in sweat. "Amiba, 100-year-old monk with pale, golden skin and a withered body draped in a monastic robe appeared in front of Chu Feng like a golden arhat. He was inconceivably fast and suddenly appeared before Chu Feng like a bolt of lightning. "Monk, stand back. I'll settle things with the peacock tribe first. Bodhi biogenetics will deal with them later." Chu Feng still had his hands behind his back. Even in the face of this unfathomably powerful golden monk, he didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. Chu Feng looked at the ancient temple in another direction. He could feel the aura of the peacock lineage, but there weren't many of them. With a creak, the temple door was pushed open and a few people walked out. All of them were experts of the peacock tribe. They were all very handsome. It was as if this tribe had been blessed by the heavens. Once in human form, each of them was a beauty with fluttering purple hair and exquisite facial features. "Chu Feng, how dare you trespass into our tribe's territory?" A peerlessly beautiful man from the peacock tribe spoke. He looked to be in his 20s and possessed extraordinary strength. He had actually reached the quasi-king realm. As the world changed and time flowed, the number of experts from this tribe would only increase. "You're speaking too lightly. I'm here to kill." Chu Feng glared at them. "Our tribe's king is known to be invincible. If you act recklessly, he won't let you go. If you have the ability, you can fight a decisive battle with our peerless king," said the young quasi-king. Chu Feng calmly replied, "I wanted to, but he ran away. And this time, he's crossed the line. He actually dared to use my parents to cause trouble and endanger my family. I'm here to kill his tribe." "You dare!" an extremely beautiful woman from the peacock tribe shouted. Her purple hair danced in the wind, and her pure white face was filled with anger and frost. As a member of the peacock tribe, she had always been arrogant. Normally, no one dared to provoke her. She was used to being arrogant. "It's not like I haven't killed before. Why wouldn't I dare? And since you dare to talk to me like this, I'll start with you." Chu Feng stood in place and directly swung his fist. Bang! It was as if a great golden sun had exploded. That fist imprint was too terrifying. It carried with it a majestic energy as it blasted forward. "You?" The peacock tribe members' expressions changed. The beautiful purple-haired woman wanted to escape. She was at least at the 9th level of the awakened realm and was quite extraordinary, but she simply couldn't evade. She had just rushed into the air when she was struck by the resplendent fist imprint. With a puff, she was sent flying and disintegrated on the spot. There was no way she could survive. "Demon King Chu, how could you do this? Aren't you afraid of our peerless king's revenge?" A man from the peacock tribe berated loudly with red eyes. "Let him come find me. I'm just afraid he won't dare to come. Touching my family is equivalent to touching my reverse scale. I'll give him a taste of his own medicine." Chu Feng said coldly. "Leave quickly." Someone shouted in a low voice, telling the people around him to retreat. They were extremely resentful. No one had ever dared to behave atrociously in the peacock tribe, but this Demon King Chu actually wanted to start a massacre. "Who dares leave?" Chu Feng coldly stared at them. "Chi!" The red-eyed man soared into the air, wanting to spread his wings and leave. "Let's go too," the others whispered. They felt that they would all be killed if they didn't leave. "Tut!" Chu Feng let out a loud roar. This was a terrifying sound wave technique that combined the demon flood dragon roar and the demon ox roar. His whole body glowed like a terrifying sun as golden ripples spread out from his mouth. The sound was extremely terrifying, shaking the mountains and rivers and causing the earth to tremble. Puffed. The man from the peacock tribe who was flying in the air actually exploded into a mist of blood. Chu Feng stood in place without moving. Under his roar, the entire mountain peak trembled. He had actually killed a peacock tribe expert with a single roar. "Ah!" In the distance, a woman from the peacock tribe screamed. She was so scared that her face was drained of blood. "Umitba!" The 100-year-old monk's body flowed with golden light. His heart was greatly shaken. This was even more terrifying than the Buddhist lion's roar. Many mutants from Bodhi biogenetics were present. After seeing this scene, all of them were dumbfounded. Their souls were trembling, and they sighed in admiration. As expected of Demon King Chu, they were all extremely afraid. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.